Dreams by Carl Jung. Chapter 4. Individual Dream Symbolism in Relation to Alchemy. The images in this chapter are taken out of the book. Facilitas descensas Averno, noctis atque dies patent atri ianua ditis, sed revocare grandam suprasque evidare ad aureus, hoc opus, hoc liber es. This is from Aeneid by Virgil, translated by Faircloth. Easy is the descent to Avernus, night and day the door of gloomy Dis stands open. But to recall thy steps and pass out to the upper air, this is the task, this is the toil. Introduction. Part 1 of the material. The symbols of the process of individuation that appear in dreams are images of an archetypal nature which depict the centralizing process for the production of a new center of personality. A general idea of this process may be got from the essay, The Relations Between the Ego and the Unconscious. For certain reasons mentioned there, I call this center the self, which should be understood as the totality of the psyche. The self is not only the center, but also the whole circumference, which embraces both conscious and unconscious. It is the center of this totality, just as the ego is the center of consciousness. The symbols now under consideration are not concerned with the manifold stages and transformation of the individual process, but with the images that refer directly and exclusively to the new center as it comes into consciousness. And on this page, the image is called Seven Virgins Being Transformed. These images belong to a definite category which I call mandala symbolism. In The Secret of the Garden Flower, published in collaboration with Richard Wilhelm, I have described this symbolism in some detail. In the present study, I should like to put before you an individual series of such symbols in chronological order. The material consists of over 1,000 dreams and visual impressions coming from a young man of excellent scientific education. For the purpose of this study, I have worked on the first 400 dreams and visions, which covered a period of nearly 10 months. In order to avoid all personal influence, I asked one of my pupils, a woman doctor, who was then a beginner, to undertake the observation of the process. This went on for 5 months. The dreamer then continued his observations alone for 3 months. Except for a short interview at the very beginning, before the commencement of the observation, I did not see the dreamer at all during the first 8 months. Thus it happened that 355 of the dreams were dreamed away from any personal contact with myself. Only the last 45 occurred under my observation. No interpretations worth mentioning were then attempted because the dreamer, owing to his excellent scientific training and ability, did not require any assistance. Hence the conditions were really ideal for any unprejudiced observation and recording. First of all, then, I shall present extracts from the 22 initial dreams in order to show how the mandala symbolism makes a very early appearance and is embedded in the rest of the dream material. Later on, I shall pick out in chronological order the dreams that refer specifically to the mandala. With few exceptions, all the dreams have been abbreviated either by extracting the part that carries the main thoughts or by condensing the whole text in essentials. This simplifying procedure has not only curtailed their length, but has also removed personal allusions and complications, as was necessary for reasons of discretion. Despite this somewhat doubtful interference, I have, to the best of my knowledge and scrupulously, avoided any arbitrary distortions of meaning. The same considerations had also to apply to my interpretation, so that certain passages in the dreams may appear to have been overlooked. Had I not made this sacrifice and kept the material absolutely complete, I should not have been in the position to publish this series, which, in my opinion, could hardly be surpassed in intelligence, clarity, and consistency. It therefore gives me great pleasure to express my sincere gratitude here and now to the author for the service he has rendered to science. 2. The method. In my writings and lectures, I have always insisted that we must give up all the preconceived opinions when it comes to the analysis and interpretation of the objective psyche, in other words, the unconscious. We do not yet possess a general theory of dreams that would enable us to use the deductive method with impunity, any more than we possess a general theory of consciousness from which we can draw deductive conclusions. The manifestations of the subjective psyche or consciousness can be predicted only to the smallest degree, and there is no theoretical argument to prove beyond doubt that any causal connection necessarily exists between them. On the contrary, we have to reckon with the highest percentage of arbitrariness and chance in the complex actions and reactions of the conscious mind. Similarly, there is no empirical, still less a theoretical, reason to assume that the same does not apply to the manifestations of the unconscious. The latter are just as manifold, unpredictable, and arbitrary as the former, and must therefore be subjected to as many different ways of approach. In the case of conscious utterances, we are in the fortunate position of being directly addressed and presented with a context whose purpose we can recognize. But with unconscious manifestations, there is no directed or adapted language in our sense of the world. There is merely a psychic phenomenon, which would appear to have only the loosest connections in conscious contents. In the expression of the conscious minds as the expressions of the conscious minds are incomprehensible, we can always ask what they mean. But the objective psyche is something alien even to the conscious mind through which it expresses itself. We are therefore obliged to adopt the method we would use in deciphering a fragmentary texts, or one containing unknown words. We examine the context. The meaning of the unknown word may become evident when we compare a series of passages in which it occurs. The psychological context of dreams consists in the web of associations in which the dream is naturally embedded. Theoretically, we can never know anything in advance about this web, but in practice it is sometimes possible, granted long enough through experience. Even so, careful analysis will never rely too much on technical rules. The danger of deception and suggestion is too great. In the analysis of isolated dreams above all, this kind of knowing in advance and making assumptions on the grounds of practical expectations or general probability is positively wrong. It should therefore be an absolute rule to assume that every dream and every part of a dream is unknown at the outset, and to attempt an interpretation only after carefully taking up the context. We can then apply the meaning we have thus discovered to the text of the dream itself, and see whether this yields a fluent reading, or rather whether a satisfying meaning emerges. But in no circumstances may we anticipate this meaning will fit in with any of our subjective expectations, for quite possibly, indeed very frequently, the dream is saying something surprisingly different from what we would expect. As a matter of fact, if the meaning we find in the dream happens to coincide with our expectations, then it is reason for suspicion. For as a rule, the standpoint of the unconscious is complementary or compensatory to consciousness, and thus unexpectedly different. I would not deny the possibility of parallel dreams, i.e., dreams whose meaning coincide with or support the conscious attitude, but, in my experience at least, these are rather rare. Now, the method I adopt in the present study seems to run directly counter to this basic principle of dream interpretation. It looks as if the dreams were being interpreted without the least regard for the context. And, in fact, I have not taken up the context at all, seeing that the dream in this series were not dreamed, as mentioned above, under my observation. I proceed rather as if I had had the dreams myself, and were therefore in the position to supply the context. This procedure, if applied to isolated dreams of someone unknown to me personally, would indeed be a gross technical blunder. But here we are not dealing with isolated dreams. They form a coherent series in the course of which the meaning gradually unfolds more or less of its own accord. This series is the context which the dreamer himself supplies. It is not if it is not as if not one text but many lay before us, throwing light from all sides on the unknown terms, so that a reading of all the text is sufficient to elucidate the different passages in each individual one. Moreover, in the third chapter we are concerned with a definite archetype, the mandala, which has long been known to us from other sources, and this considerably facilitates the interpretation. Of course, the interpretation of each individual passage is bound to be a large conjecture, but the series as a whole gives us all the clues we need to correct any possible errors in the preceding passages. It goes without saying that while the dreamer was under the observation of my pupil, he knew nothing of these interpretations and was therefore quite unprejudiced by anybody else's opinion. Moreover, I hold the view, based on wide experience, that the possibility and danger of prejudgment are exaggerated. Experience shows that the objective psyche is independent in the highest degree. Were it not so, it would not carry out its most characteristic function, the compensation of the conscious mind. The conscious mind allows itself to be trained like a parrot, but the unconscious mind does not, which is why St. Augustine thanked God for not making him responsible for his dreams. The unconscious is an autonomous psychic entity. Any efforts to drill it are only apparently successful, and moreover are harmful to the consciousness. It is and remains beyond the reach of the subjective arbitrary control, in a realm where nature and her secrets can be neither improved upon nor perverted, where we can listen but may not meddle. 2. The initial dreams. First dream. The dreamer is at a social gathering. On leaving, he puts on a stranger's hat instead of his own. The hat, as a covering for the head, has a general sense of something that epitomizes the head. Just as in summing up we bring the idea under one head, so the hat, as a sort of leading idea, covers the whole personality and imparts its own significance to it. Coronation endows the ruler with the divine nature of the sun. The doctor's hood bestows the dignity of a scholar, and a stranger's hat imparts a strange personality. Myrick uses this theme in his novel The Golem, where the hero puts on the hat of Altheus Perdnath, and as a result becomes involved in a strange experience. It is clear enough in The Golem that it is the unconscious which entangles the hero in fantastic adventures. Let us stress at once the significance of the golem parallel, and assume that the hat in the dream is the hat of Athenaeus, an immortal, a being beyond time, the universal and everlasting man, as distinct from the ephemeral and accidental mortal man. Encircling the hat is round like a sun disk of a crown, and therefore contains the first illusions of the mandala. We shall find the attitude of eternal duration confirmed in the 9th mandala dream, while the mandala character of the hat comes out in the 35th mandala dream. As a general result of the exchange of hats, we may expect a development similar to that in the golem, an emergence of the unconscious. The unconscious with its figure is already standing like a shadow behind the dreamer and pushing its way into consciousness. 2. The dreamer is going on a railway journey, and by standing in front of the window, he blocks the view for his fellow passengers. He must get out of the way. The process is beginning to move, and the dreamer discovers that he is keeping the light from those who stand behind him, namely the unconscious components of his personality. We have no eyes behind us. Consequently, behind is the region of the unseen, the unconscious. If the dreamer will only stop blocking the window, consciousness, the unconscious content will become conscious. 3. Hypnagogic visual impression. by the seashore. The sea breaks into the land, flooding everything. Then the dreamer is sitting on a lonely island. The sea is the symbol of the collective unconscious because unfathomed depths lie concealed beneath its reflecting surface. Those who stand behind it, the shadowy personifications of the unconscious, have burst into the terra firma of consciousness like a flood. Such invasions have something uncanny about them because they are irrational and incomprehensible to the person concerned. They bring about a momentous alteration in his personality, since they immediately constitute a painful personal secret which alienates and isolates him from his surroundings. It is something we cannot tell anybody. We are afraid of being accused of mental abnormality, even without reason, for much the same thing happens to lunatics. Even so, it is a far cry from the intuitive perception of such an invasion to being inundated by it pathologically, though the layman does not realize this. Isolated by a secret result, as a rule, of animation of the psychic atmosphere as a substitute for loss of contact with other people. It causes an activation of unconscious, and this precedes something similar to the illusions and hallucinations that beset lonely wanderers in the deserts, seafarers, and saints. The mechanism of these phenomena can best be explained in terms of energy. Our normal relations to objects in the world at large are maintained by a certain expenditure of energy. If the relation to the object is cut off from a retention of energy, then it creates an equivalent substitute. For instance, just as persecution mania comes from a relationship poisoned by mistrust, or so, as a substitute for the normal animation of the environment, an illusory reality rises up in which weird ghostly shadows flit about in place of people. That is why primitive man has always believed that lonely and desolated places are haunted by devils and such like apparitions. 4. Dream. The dreamer is surrounded by a throng of vague female forms. A voice within him says, "First I must get away from father." Here the psychic atmosphere has been animated by what the Middle Ages would call succumbi. We are reminded of the visions of St. Anthony in Egypt, so eruditely described by Flaubert in La Tentation de Saint Antoine. The element of hallucinations which shows itself in the fact that the thought is spoken aloud. The words, "First I must get away," are call for a concluding sentence which would begin with "in order to." Presumably it would run, "In order to follow the unconscious," i.e., the alluring female forms. The father, the embodiment of the traditional spirit as expressed in religion or a general philosophy of life, is standing in his way. He imprisons the dreamer in the world of the conscious mind and its values. The traditional masculine world, with its intellectualism and rationalism, is felt to be an impediment, from which we must conclude that the unconscious, now approaching him, stands in direct opposition to the tendencies of a conscious mind in the dreamer. Despite this opposition, it is already favorably disposed towards the unconscious. For this reason, the latter should not be subordinated to the rationalistic judgments of consciousness. It ought rather be an experience sui generis. Naturally, it is not easy for the intellect to accept this, because it involves at least a partial, if not a total, sacrificium intellectus. Furthermore, the problem thus raised is very difficult for modern man to grasp. For, to begin with, he can only understand the unconscious as an inessential and unreal appendage of the conscious mind, and not as a special sphere of experience with laws of its own. In the course of the latter dreams, this conflict will appear again and again until finally the right formula is found for the correlation of conscious and unconscious, and the personality is assigned its correct position between the two. Moreover, such a conflict cannot be solved by understanding, but only by experience. Every stage of the experience must be lived through. There is no feat of interpretation or any trick by which to circumvent this difficulty, for the union of conscious and unconscious can only be achieved step by step. The resistance of the conscious mind to the unconscious and the depreciation of the latter were historical necessities in the development of the human psyche, for otherwise the conscious mind would never have been able to differentiate itself at all. But modern man's consciousness has strayed rather too far from the fact of the unconscious. We have even forgotten that the psyche is by no means our own design, for it is but it is for the most part autonomous and unconscious. Consequently, the approach of the unconscious induces a panic fear in civilized people, not least on account of the analogy menacing analogy with insanity. The intellect has no objection to analyzing the unconscious as a passive object. On the contrary, such an activity would be coincided with our rational expectations. But to let the unconscious go its own way and to experience it as a reality is something that exceeds the courage and capacity of the average European. He prefers simply not to understand this problem, for the spirituality weakened. This is the better course, since the thing is not without its dangers. The experience of the unconscious is a personal secret communicable only to very few, and that with difficulty. Hence the isolating effect we note above. But isolation brings about a compensatory animation of the psychic atmosphere, which strikes us as uncanny. The figures that appear in the dream are feminine, thus pointing to the feminine nature of the unconscious. They are fairies, or fascinating sirens, or lamas, who infatuate the lonely wanderer and lead him astray. Likewise, seductive maidens appear at the beginning of the Nectae, or Polyphilio, and the Melusina of Heraclitus is another such figure. 5. Visual impressions. A snake describes a circle around the dreamer, who stands rooted to the ground like a tree. The drawing of a spellbound circle is an ancient magical device used by everyone who has a special or secret purpose in mind. He thereby protects himself from the perils of the soul that threaten him from without and attack anyone who is isolated by a secret. The same procedure has also been used since olden times to set a place apart as holy and as inviolable. In founding a city, for instance, they first draw the salcus primigenus, or original furrow. The fact that the dreamer stands rooted in the center is a compensation of his almost inseparable desire to run away from the unconscious. He experienced an agreeable feeling of relief after this vision, and rightly, since he had succeeded in establishing the protected tremonus, a taboo area where he will be able to meet the unconscious. His isolation, as uncanny before, is now endowed with meaning and purpose, and thus robbed of its terrors. 6. Visual impression, directly following upon 5. The veiled figure of a woman seated on a stair. The motif of the unknown woman, whose technical name is Anima, appears here for the first time. Like the throng of female forms in Dream 4, she is personification of the animated psychic atmosphere. From now on, the figure of the unknown woman reappears in a great many of the dreams. Personification always indicates an autonomous activity of the unconscious. If some personal figure appears, we may be sure that the unconscious is beginning to grow active. The activity of such figures very often has an anticipatory character. Something that the dreamer himself will do later is now being done in advance. In this case, the allusion is to a stair, thus indicating an ascent or a descent. Since the process running through dreams is a kind of historical analogy to the rites of initiation, It may not be superfluous to draw attention to the important part which the stairway of the 7 planets played in these rites, as we know from Apuleius among others. The initiations of late classical syncretism, already saturated with alchemy, the visions of Zosimos, were particularly concerned within the theme of an ascent, i.e. sublimation. The ascent was often represented by a ladder, hence the burial gifts in Egypt of a small ladder for the Ka of the dead. The idea of an ascent through the 7 spheres of the planet symbolizes the return of the soul to the sun god from whom it originated, as we know, for instance, from Phamericus Maternus. Thus the Isis mystery described by Apuleius culminated in what early medieval alchemy goes back to Alexandrian tradition as transmitted by the Arabs, called solificatio, where the initiated was crowned as Helios. 7. Visual impression. The veiled woman uncovers her face. It shines like the sun. The solificatio is consummated on the person of the anima. The process would seem to correspond to the illuminatio, or the enlightenment. This mystical idea contrasts strongly with the rational attitude of the conscious mind, which recognizes only intellectual enlightenment as the highest form of understanding and insight. Naturally, this attitude never reckons with the fact that scientific knowledge only satisfies the little tip of personality that is contemporaneous with ourselves, not the collective psyche, that reaches back into the gray mists of antiquity and always requires a special rite, as if to be united with present-day consciousness. It is clear, therefore, that a lightening up of the unconscious is being prepared, which has far more character of such an illuminatio than of rational elucidation. The solificatio is infinitely far removed from the conscious mind and seems to be almost chimeral. 8. Visual impression. A rainbow is being used as a bridge, but one must go under it and not over it. Whoever goes over it will fall and be killed. Only the gods can walk rainbow bridges in safety. Mere mortals fall and meet their death, for the rainbow is only a lovely semblance that spans the sky, and not a highway for human beings with bodies. These must pass under it. But the water flows under bridges too, following its own gradient and seeking the lowest part. This hint will be confirmed later. 9. Dream. A green land where many sheep are pastured. It is the land of sheep. This curious fragment, inscrutable at first glance, may derive from childhood impressions, and particularly from those of a religious nature, which would not be far to seek this connection, i.e., he maketh me to lie down in green pastures, or the early Christian allegories of sheep and shepherd. The next vision points in the same direction. 10. Visual impression. The unknown woman stands in the land of sheep and points the way. The anima, having already anticipated the solificatio, now appears as the psychopomp, the one who shows the way. The way begins in the children's land, i.e., at a time when rational, present-day conscious was not yet separated from the historical psyche, the collective unconscious. The separation is indeed inevitable, but it leads to such an alienation from that dim psyche of the dawn of mankind that a loss of instinct ensues. The result is instinctual atrophy and hence distortion in everyday human situations. But it also follows from the separation that children's land will remain definitely infantile and become a perpetual source of childish inclinations and impulses. These intrusions are naturally most unwelcome to the conscious mind, and it consistently represses them from that reason. But the very consistency of the repression only serves to bring about a still greater alienation from the fountainhead, thus increasing the lack of instinct until it becomes a lack of soul. As a result, the conscious mind is either completely swamped by childishness or else constantly obliged to defend itself in vain against inundation by means of cynical affectation of old age or embittered resignation. We must therefore realize that despite its undeniable success, the rational attitude of present-day consciousness is, in many human aspects, childishly unadapted and hostile to life. Life has grown dissected and cramped, crying out for the rediscovery of the fountainhead. But the fountainhead can only be found if the conscious mind will suffer itself to be led back to the children's land, there to receive guidance from the unconscious as before. To remind a child too long is childish, but it is just as childish to move away and then assume that childhood no longer exists because we do not see it. But if we return to the children's land, we succumb to the fear of becoming childish because we do not understand that everything of psychic origin has a double face. One looks forward, the other back. It is ambivalent and therefore symbolic, like all living reality. We stand on a peak of consciousness, believing in a childish way that the path leads upward and yet higher peaks beyond. This is a chimeral rainbow bridge. In order to reach the next peak, we must first go down into the land where the paths begin to divide. 11. A dream. The voice says, "But you are still a child." This dream forces the dreamer to admit that even a highly differentiated consciousness has not by any means finished with childish sins, and that a return to the world of childhood is necessary. 12. Dream. A dangerous walk with mother and father, up and down many ladders. A childish consciousness is always tied to father and mother and is never by itself. Return to childhood is always the return to father and mother, to the whole burden of the psychic non-ego as represented by the parents, with its long and momentous history. Regression spells disintegration into our historical and hereditary determinants, and it is only with the greatest effort that we can free ourselves from their embrace. Our psychic prehistory is in truth the spirit of gravity, which needs steps and ladders because, unlike the disembodied, airy intellect, it cannot fly at will. Disintegration into the jumble of historical determinants is like losing one's way, even what is right seems an alarming mistake. As hinted above, the steps and ladders theme points to the process of psychic transformation with all its ups and downs. We find a classic example of this in Zosimos's ascent and descent of the 15 steps of light and darkness. It is, of course, impossible to free oneself from one's childhood without devoting a great deal of work to it, as Freud's researchers have long since shown. Nor can it be achieved through intellectual knowledge only. What is alone effective is a remembering that is also a re-experiencing. The swift passage of years and the overwhelming inrush of a newly discovered world leaves a mass of material behind that is never dealt with. We do not shake this off. We merely remove ourselves from it, so that when, in later years, we return to the memories of childhood, we find bits of our personality still alive, which cling round us and suffuse us with the feeling of earlier times. But still in their childhood state, these fragments are very powerful in their effect. They can lose their infantile aspect and be corrected only when they are reunited with adult consciousness. This personal unconscious must always be dealt with, that is, first made conscious, otherwise the gateway to the collective unconscious cannot be opened. The journey with father and mother up and down many ladders represents the making conscious of infantile contents that have not yet been integrated. 13. Dream. Father calls out anxiously, "This is the 7th. During the walk over many ladders, some event may evidently have taken place which is spoken of as the 7th. In the language of initiation, 7 stands for the highest stage of illumination and would therefore be the coveted goal of all desire. But to the conventional mind, the solificatio is an outlandish mystical idea bordering on madness. We assume that it was only in the dark ages of misty superstition that people thought it in such a nonsensical fashion, but that the lucid and hygienic mentality of our enlightened days has long since outgrown such nebulous notions, so much so indeed that this particular kind of illumination is to be found nowadays only in a lunatic asylum. No wonder the father is sacred and is scared and anxious, like a hen that has hatched out ducklings and is driven to despair by the aquatic proclivities of its young. If this interpretation, that the seventh represents the highest stage of illumination, is correct, it would mean in principle that the process of integrating the personal unconscious was actually at an end. Therefore, the collective unconscious would begin to open up, which would suffice to explain the anxiety the father felt as the representation of the traditional spirit. Nevertheless, the return of the dim light of the unconscious does not mean we should entirely abandon the precious acquisition of our forefathers, namely the intellectual differentiation of consciousness. It is rather a question of man taking the place of intellect, not the man whom the dreamer imagines himself to be, but someone far more rounded and complete. This would mean assimilating all sorts of things into the sphere of his personality, which the dreamer still rejects as disagreeable or even impossible. The father who calls out so anxiously, "This is the seventh," is a psychic component of the dreamer himself, and the anxiety is therefore his own. So the interpretation must bear in mind the possibility that the seventh means not only a sort of culmination, but something rather ominous as well. We've come across this theme, for instance, in the fairy tale of Tom Thumb and the Ogre. Tom Thumb is the youngest of 7 brothers. His dwarf-like stature and his cunning are harmless enough, yet he is the one who leads his brothers to the ogre's lair, thus proving his own dangerous double nature as a bringer of good and bad luck. In other words, he is also the ogre himself. Since olden times, the 7 have represented the 7 gods of the planets, and they form what the pyramid inscriptions call Paut Natura, or a company of gods. Although a company is described as 9, it often proves to be not 9 at all, but 10, and sometimes even more. Thus, Maspero tells us that the first and last numbers of the series can be added to or doubled without injury to the number 9. Something of that sort happened in the classical Paut of the Greco-Roman or Babylonian gods in the post-classical age, when the gods were degraded to demons and retired partly to the distant stars and partly to the metals inside the earth. It was then transpired that Hermes, or Mercurius, possessed a double nature, being the Cathronic god of revelation and also the spirit of quicksilver, for which reason he represented a hermaphrodite. As the planet Mercury, he is nearest to the sun, and hence he is preeminently related to gold. But as quicksilver, he dissolves gold and extinguishes sunlight brilliance. All through the Middle Ages, he was the object of much puzzled speculation on the part of the natural philosophers. Sometimes he is ministering in helpful spirit, aparidros, literally assistant or comrade, or familiaris, and sometimes the servus or servus fugitivus, the fugitive slave or stag, an elusive, deceptive, and teasing goblin who drives the alchemists to despair, and had many of his attributes in common with a double. For instance, he is dragon, lion, eagle, raven, to mention only the most important of them. In the alchemical hierarchy of gods, Mercurius comes lowest in prima materia and highest as lapis philosophorum. The spiritus mercurialis is the alchemist's guide, Hermes Psychopompus, and their tempter. He is their good luck and their ruin. His dual nature enables him to be not only the 7th, but also the 8th on Olympus, whom nobody thought of. It may seem odd to the reader that anything as remote as medieval alchemy should be relevant here, but the black art is not nearly so remote as we think, for as an educated man, the dreamer must have read Faust, and Faust is an alchemical drama from beginning to end, although the educated man of today has only the haziest notion of this. Our conscious mind is far from understanding everything, but the unconscious always keeps an eye on the age-old sacred things, however strange they may be, and reminds us of them at a suitable opportunity. No doubt Faust affected our dreams as much as Goethe was affected when, as a young man, in his Leipzig days, he studied Theosophatus Paracletus with Fraulein von Klutenberg. It was then, as we certainly may assume, that the mysterious equivalents of 7 and 8 sunk deeply into his soul, without his conscious mind ever unraveling the mystery. The following dream will show that this reminder of Faust is not out of place. 14. Dream. The dreamer is in America looking for an employee with a pointed beard. They say that everybody has such an employee. America is the land of practical, straightforward thinking, uncontaminated by our European sophistication. The intellect would there be kept very sensibly as an employee. This naturally sounds like a lèse-majesté, and might therefore be a serious matter. So it is consoling to know that everyone, inference, the maternal significance of pregne, the fons signatus, as an attribute of the Virgin Mary, etc. The unconscious has altered the locus of the life forces, thus indicating a change of attitude. The dreamer's subsequent recollection enables us to see who is now the source of life. It is the sister. The mother is superior to the son, but the sister is his equal. Thus the disposition of the intellect frees the dreamer from the domination of the unconscious, and hence from his infantile attitude. Although the sister is a remnant of the past, we know definitely from later dreams that she was the carrier of the anima image. We may therefore assume that the transferring of the water of life to the sister really means that the mother has been replaced by the anima. The anima now becomes a life-giving force, a psychic reality which conflicts strongly with the world of the father. Which of us could assert, without endangering his sanity, that he had accepted the guidance of the unconscious in the context of his life, assuming that anyone exists who could imagine what that would mean? Anyone who could imagine it at all would certainly have no difficulty in understanding what a monstrous affront such a volte-face would offer to the traditional spirit, especially to the spirit that has put on the earthly garment of the Church. It was the subtle change of psychic standpoint that caused the old alchemists to resort to deliberate mystification, and that sponsored all kinds of heresies. Hence, it is only logical for the father to reject the dreamer. It amounts to nothing less than excommunication. Be it noted that the dreamer is a Roman Catholic. By acknowledging the reality of the psyche and making it a co-determining ethical factor in our lives, we offend against the spirit of convention, which for centuries has regulated psychic life from outside by means of institutions as well as by reason. Not that unreasoning instinct rebels of itself against firmly established order. By the strict logic of its own inner laws, it is itself of the firmest structure imaginable, and in addition, the creative foundation of all binding order. But just because this foundation is creative, all order which proceeds from it, even in its most divine form, is a phase, a stepping stone. Despite appearances to the contrary, the establishment of order and the dissolution of what has been established are, at bottom, beyond human control. The secret is that only that which can destroy itself is truly alive. It is well that these things are difficult to understand, and thus enjoy a wholesome concealment, for weak heads are only too easily addled by them, and thrown into confusion. From all these dangers dogma, whether ecclesiastical, philosophical, or scientific, offers effective protection, and, looked at from a social point of view, excommunication is a necessary and useful consequence. The water that the mother, the unconscious, pours into the basin belonging to the anima is an excellent symbol for the living power of the psyche. The old alchemists never tired of devising new and expressive synonyms for this water. They called it aqua nostra, mercurius vivus, argentum vivum, vivum ardens, aqua vita, succus lanare, and so on, by which they meant a living being not devoid of substance, as opposed to the rigid immaterial of mind in the abstract. The expression succus lunare, sap of the moon planet, refers clearly enough to the nocturnal origin of the water, and aqua nostra, like mercurius vivus, to its earthliness. Actum fontis is a powerful corrosive water that dissolves all created things, at the same time leads to the most durable of all products, the mysterious lapis. These analogies may seem very far-fetched, but let me refer the reader to Dreams 13 and 14 in the next section, where the water symbolism is taken up again. The importance of the action for the outside world, noted by the dreamer himself, points to the collective significance of the dream, as does also the fact, which had far-reaching influence on the conscious attitude of the dreamer, that he is rejected by the Father. The saying, extra ecclesiam nulla salus, outside the church there is no salvation, rests on the foreknowledge that an institution is a safe, practicable highway with a visible and definitive goal, and that no paths and no goals can be found outside it. We must not underestimate the devastating effect of getting lost in the chaos, even if we know that in the sine qua non of any regeneration of the spirit and the personality, that is the sine qua non of any regeneration of the spirit and the personality. 16. Dream. An ace of clubs lies before the dreamer. A 7 appears beside it. The ace of 1 is the lowest card but the highest in value. The ace of clubs, being in the form of a cross, points to the Christian symbol. Here in Swiss German the club is often Kreuz, cross. At the same time, the 3 leaves contain an allusion to the threefold nature of one God. Lowest and highest are beginning and end, alpha and omega. The 7 appears after the ace of clubs and not before. Presumably the idea is first the Christian conception of God and then the 7 stages. The 7 stages symbolize the transformation, which begins with the symbolism of the cross and Trinity, and, judging by the earlier archaic allusions in the Dream 7 and 13, culminates in the sole vacatio. But this solution is not hinted at here. Now, we know that the regression of the Helios of antiquity, vainly attempted by Julian the Apostate, was succeeded in the Middle Ages by another movement, which was expressed in the formula per crucem ad rosem, through the cross to the rose, which was later condensed into the rosy cross of the Rosicrucians. Here the essence of the heavenly Saul descends into the flower, earth's answer to the sun's countenance. The solar quality has survived in the symbol of the golden flower of Chinese alchemy. The well-known blue flower of the Romantics might well be the last nostalgic perfume of the rose. It looks back in true romantic fashion to the medievalism of ruined cloisters, yet at the same time modestly proclaims something new in earthly loveliness. But even the golden brilliance of the sun had to submit to a descent, and it found its analogy in the glitter of earthly gold, although, as ora nostrum, this was far removed from the gross materiality of the metal, at least for subtler minds. One of the most interesting of the alchemical texts is the Rosarium Philosophorum, subtitles Secunda Pars Alchimi di Lapide Philosophico Vero Mondo Preparando, cum figuris re perfectem ostendentibus. The anonymous author was very definitely a philosopher, and was apparently aware that alchemy was not concerned with ordinary gold-making, but with a philosophical secret. For these alchemists the gold undoubtedly had a symbolic nature, and was therefore distinguished by such attributes as vitrium or philosophicum. It was probably owing to its all too obvious analogy with the sun that gold was denied the highest philosophical honor, which fell instead to the lapis philosophorum. The transformer is above the transformed. The transformation is one of the magical properties of the marvelous stone. The Rosarium Philosophorum says, "From our stone, namely the living Western quicksilver, which has placed itself above the gold and vanquished it, is that which kills and quickens." As to the philosophical nature of the lapis, the following quotation from a treatise ascribed to Hermes is particularly enlightening. "Understand, ye sons of the wise, what this exceeding precious stone proclaims. And my light conquers every light, and my virtues are more excellent than all virtues. I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature." 17. A dream. The dreamer goes for a long walk, and finds a blue flower on the way. To go for a walk is to wander along paths that lead nowhere in particular. It is both a search and a succession of changes. The dreamer finds a blue flower blossoming aimlessly along by the way, a chance child of nature, evoking friendly memories of a more romantic lyrical age, of the youthful season when it came to bud, when the scientific view of the world was not yet broken away from the world of actual experience. Rather, when this break was only just beginning, and the eye looked back to what was already the past. The flower is in fact like a friendly sign, a numinous emancipation from the unconscious, showing the dreamer who was a modern man has been robbed of security and of participation in all things that lead to man's salvation. The historical place where he can meet friends and brothers of like mind, where he can find the seed that wants to sprout in him too. But the dreamer knows nothing as yet of the old solar gold which connects the innocent flower with the obnoxious black art of alchemy, and with the blasphemous pagan idea of solificatio. For the golden flower of alchemy can sometimes be a blue flower, the sapphire flower of the hermaphrodite. 18. Dream. A man offers him some golden coins in his outstretched hand. The dreamer indignantly throws them on the ground, and immediately afterwards deeply regrets his action. A variety performance then takes place in an enclosed space. The blue flower has already begun to drag its history after it. The gold is offered and is indignantly refused. Such a misinterpretation of the Aurum Philosophicum is easy to understand, but hardly has it happened when there comes a pang of remorse that the precious secret has been rejected, and a wrong answer given to the riddle of the Sphinx. The same thing happened to the hero in Meyrink's Golem, when the ghost offered him a handful of grain which he spurned. The gross materiality of the yellow metal, with its odious fiscal flavor, and the mean look of the grain, make both rejections comprehensible enough. But that is precisely why it is so hard to find the lapis. It is axilless, uncomely, and it is thrown into the secret, or into the dungeon, into the dunghill. It is the commonest thing to be picked up anywhere, in planeti, in montibus et aquas. It has this ordinary aspect, in common with Spittler's jewel in Prometheus and Epimetheus, which, for the same reason, was also not recognized by the worldly wise. But the stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner, and the intuition of this possibility arouses the liveliest regret in the dreamer. It is all part of the banality of its outward aspect, and the gold is minted, i.e., shaped into coins, stamped and valued. Applied psychologically, this is just what Nietzsche refuses to do in his Zarathustra, to give names to the virtues. By being shaped and named, psychic life is broken down into coined and valued units. But this is possible only because it is intrinsically a great variety of things, an accumulation of unintegrated hereditary units. Natural man is not a self, he is a mass and a particular of mass. In the mass, collective to such a degree that he is not even sure of his own ego. This is why, since time immemorial, he has needed the transformation mysteries to turn him into something, and to rescue him from the animal collective psyche, which is nothing but a verité. But if we reject this unseemly verité of man as he is, it is impossible for him to attain integration, to become a self, and that amounts to spiritual death. Life that just happens in and for itself is not a real life. It is only real when it is known. Only a unified personality can experience life, not that personality which is split up into partial aspects, that bundle of odds and ends which also calls itself man. The dangerous plurality already hinted at in Dream 4 is compensated in version 5, where the snakes describe a magic circle and thus marks off the taboo area. The temennos, in much the same way, and in a similar situation, the temennos reappears here, drawing the many together for a united variety performance, a gathering that has the appearance of an entertainment, though it will shortly lose its entertaining character. The play of ghosts will develop into a tragedy. According to all these analogies, the satire play was a mystery performance, from which we may assume that its purpose, as everywhere, was to re-establish man's connection with his natural ancestry and thus with the source of life, much as the Obscene stories, Aiskrologia, told by Athenian ladies as the mysteries of Eleusis, were thought to promote the earth's fertility. Also Herodotus's account of the exhibitionist performances conducted with the Isis festivities at Bubastis. The allusion to the compensatory significance of the temenos, however, is still wrapped in obscurity for the dreamer. As might be imagined, he is much more concerned with the danger of spiritual death, which is conjured up by his rejection of the historical context. 19. Visual impression. A death's head. The dreamer wants to kick it away, but cannot. The skull gradually changes into a red ball, then into a woman's head, which emits light. The skull soliloquies of Faust and of Hamlet are reminders of the appalling senselessness of human life when sicklied over with a pale cast of thought. It was traditional opinions and judgment that caused the dreamer to dash aside the doubtful and uninviting-looking offerings. But when he tries to ward off the sinister vision of the death's head, it is transformed into a red ball, which we may take as an allusion to the rising sun, since it at once changes into the shining head of a woman, reminding us directly of Vision 7. Evidently, and in Antrodromia, a play of opposites has occurred. After being rejected, the unconscious insists on itself all the more strongly. First, it produces the classical symbol for the unity and the divinity of the self, the sun. Then it passes to the motif of the unknown woman, who personifies the unconscious. Naturally, this motif includes not merely the archetype of the anima, but also the dreamer's relationship to a real woman who is both a human personality and a vessel for psychic projections, basin of the sister in the dream. In Neoplatonic philosophy, the soul has definite affinities with the sphere. The soul substance is laid round the concentric spheres of the four elements above the fiery heaven. 20. Visual impression. A globe. The unknown woman is standing on it and worshipping the sun. This impression, too, is an amplification of Vision 7. The rejection in Dream 18 evidently amounted to the destruction of the whole development up to that point. Consequently, the initial symbols reappear now, but in amplified form. Such enantiodromes are characteristic of dream sequences in general. Unless the conscious mind intervened, the unconscious would go on sending out wave after wave without result, like the treasure that is said to take 9 years, 9 months, and 9 nights to come to the surface, and, if not found on the last night, sinks back to start all over again from the beginning. The globe probably comes from the idea of the red ball, but whereas this is the sun, the globe is rather an image of the earth, upon which the anima stands worshipping the sun. The anima and sun are thus distinct, which points to the fact that the sun represents a different principle from that of the anima. The latter is a personification of the unconscious, while the sun is a symbol of the source of all life and the ultimate wholeness of man, as indicated by the solificatio. Now the sun is an antique symbol that is still very close to us. We know also that the early Christians had some difficulty in distinguishing the Helios Anatolis, the rising sun, from Christ. The dreamer's anima still seems to be a sun worshipper, that is to say, she belongs to the ancient world. And for the following reason, the conscious mind, with its rationalistic attitude, has taken little or no interest in her, and therefore made it impossible for the anima to become modernized, or better, Christianized. It almost seems as if the differentiation of the intellect that began in the Christian Middle Ages as a result of scholastic training had driven the anima to regress to the ancient world. The Renaissance gives us evidence for this, the clearest of all being the Hypnerotomachia of Francesco Colonna, where Polyphilio meets his anima, the Lady Polia, at the court of Queen Venus, quite untouched by Christianity and graced with all the virtues of antiquity. The book was rightly regarded as a mystery text. With this anima, then, we plunge straight into the ancient world, so that I would not think anyone mistaken who would interpreted the rejection of the gold in Dreams 18's ex effectu as an attempt to escape this regrettable and unseemly regression to antiquity. Certain vital doctrines of alchemical philosophy go back textually to late Greco-Roman synchronism, as Ruska, for instance, has sufficiently established in the case of the turba. Hence any allusion to alchemy wafts one back to the ancient world and makes one suspect regression to pagan levels. It may not be superfluous to point out here, with due emphasis, that consciously the dreamer had no inkling of all this, but in his unconscious he is immersed in the sea of historical associations. So he behaves in his dreams as if he were fully cognizant of these curious excursions into the history of the human mind. He is in fact an unconscious exponent of an autonomous psychic development, just like the medieval alchemist or the classical Neoplatonist. Hence one could say, cum grano salis, that history could be reconstructed just as easily from one's own unconscious as from the actual texts. 21. Visual impression. The dreamer is surrounded by nymphs. A voice says, "We are always there, only you do not notice us." As the regression goes back even further to an image that is unmistakably classical, at the same time the situation of Dream 4 is taken up again, and also the situation of Dream 18, where the rejection led to the compensatory enantiodromia in Vision 19. But here the image is amplified by the hallucinatory recognition that the dream has always existed, although unnoticed until now. The realization of this fact joins the unconscious psyche to consciousness as a coexistent entity. The phenomena of the voice in dreams always has for the dreamer the final and indisputable character of the autos ifa, i.e., the voice expresses some truth or condition that is beyond all doubt. The fact that a sense of the remote past has been established, that contact has been made with the deeper layers of the psyche, is accepted by the unconscious personality of the dreamer, and communicates itself to his conscious mind as a feeling of comparative security. Vision 20 represents the anima as a sun worshipper. She has, as it were, stepped out of the globe or spherical form. But the first spherical form was the skull. According to tradition, the head or brain is the seat of the anima intellectualis. For this reason, too, the alchemical vessel must be round like the head, so that what comes out of the vessel shall be equally round, i.e., simple and perfect, like the anima mundi. The work is crowned by the production of the rotundum, which, as the materia globosa, stands at the beginning and also at the end, in the form of gold. Possibly the nymphs who were always there are an allusion to this. The regressive character of the vision is also apparent from the fact that there is a multiplicity of female forms, as in Dream 4. But this time they are of a classical nature, which, like the sun worshipper in Vision 20, points to an historical regression. The splitting of the anima into many figures is equivalent to dissolution into an indefinite state, i.e., into the unconsciousness, from which we may conjure that a relative dissolution of the conscious mind is running parallel with the historical regression, a process to be observed in its extreme form in schizophrenia. The dissolution of consciousness, or as Janet calls it, abaissement de niveau mental, comes very close to the primitive state of mind. A parallel to this scene with the nymphs is to be found in the Periclesian Regio Nymphidicia, mentioned in the treatise De Vita Longae, as the initial stage of the individuation process. 22. Visual impression. In a primeval forest, an elephant looms up menacingly. Then a large ape-man, bear, a caveman, threatens to attack the dreamer with a club. Suddenly, the man with the pointed beard appears and stares at the aggressor, so that he is spellbound, but the dreamer is terrified. The voice says, "Everything must be ruled by the light." The municipality of nymphs has broken down into still more primitive components. That is to say, the animation of the psychic atmosphere has been very considerably increased, and from this we must conclude that the dreamer's isolation from his contemporaries has increased in proportion. This intensified isolation can be tracked back to Vision 21, where the union with the unconscious was realized and accepted as a fact. From the point of view of the conscious mind, this is highly irrational. It constitutes a secret which must be anxiously guarded, since the justification for its existence could not possibly be explained to any so-called rational person. Anyone who tried to do so would be branded as a lunatic. The discharge of energy into the environment is therefore considerably impeded, the result being a surplus of energy on the side of the unconscious. Hence the abnormal increase in the autonomy of the unconscious figures, culminating in aggression and real terror. The earlier entertaining variety of performance is beginning to become uncomfortable. We find it easy enough to accept the classical figures of nymphs, thanks to their aesthetic embellishment, but we have no idea that behind these gracious figures there lurks the Dionysian mystery of antiquity, the satire play with its tragic implications, the bloody dismemberment of the god who has become an animal. It needed a Nietzsche to expose to all its feebleness Europe's schoolboy's attitude to the ancient world. But what did Dionysus mean to Nietzsche? What he says about it must be taken seriously. What it did to him still more so. There can be no doubt that he knew in the primary stages of his fatal illness that the dismal fate of Zagreus was reserved for him. Dionysus is the abyss of impassioned disillusion, where all human distinctions are merged in the animal divinity of the primordial psyche. A blissful, terrible experience. Humanity, budding behind the walls in its culture, believes it has escaped this experience until it succeeds in letting loose another orgy of bloodshed. All well-meaning people are amazed when this happens and blame high finance, the armament industry, the Jews, or the Freemasons. At the last moment, friend Pointed Beard appears on the scene as an obliging deus machina and exercises the annihilation threatened by the formidable ape-man. Who knows how much Faust owed his imperturbable curiosity as he gazed on the spooks and bogies of the classical Walpurgisnacht to the helpful presence of Mephisto and his matter-of-fact point of view. Would that more people could remember the scientific or philosophical reflections of the much-abused intellect at the right moment. Those who abuse it lay themselves open to the suspicion of never having experienced anything that might have taught them its value and shown them why mankind has forged this weapon with such unprecedented effort. One has to be singularly out of touch with life not to notice such things. The intellect may be the devil, but the devil is the strange son of chaos who can most readily be trusted to deal effectively with his mother. The Dionysian experience will give this devil plenty to do should he be looking for work, but since the resultant settlement with the unconscious far outweighs the labors of Hercules because of that. In my opinion, it presents a whole world of problems which the intellect could not settle even in 100 years, the very reason why it so often goes off for a holiday to recuperate on lighter tasks. And this is also the reason why the psyche is forgotten so often and so long, and why the intellect makes such frequent use of magical aprotropic words like occult and mystic in the hope that even intelligent people will think that these mutterings really mean something. The voice finally declares, "Everything must be ruled by the light," which presumably means the light of the discerning conscious mind, a genuine illuminatio honestly acquired. The dark depths of the unconscious are no longer to be denied by ignorance and sophistry, at best a poor disguise for common fear, nor are they to be explained away by the pseudo-scientific rationalizations. On the contrary, it must now be admitted that these things exist in the psyche about which we know little or nothing at all, but which nevertheless affect our bodies in the most obstinate way, and that they possess at least as much reality as the things of the physical world, which ultimately we do not understand either. No line of research which asserts that its subject was unreal, or nothing but, has ever made any contribution to knowledge. With the active intervention of the intellect, a new phase of the unconscious process begins. The conscious mind must now come to terms with the figure of the unknown woman, anima, and the unknown man, the shadow, the wise old man, mana, personality, and the symbols of the self. The last named are dealt with in the following section. Part 3. The symbolism of the mandala. Concerning the mandala. As I have already said, I have put together out of a continuous series of some 400 dreams and visions all those which I regard as mandala dreams. The term mandala was chosen because this word denotes the ritual or magical circle used in Lamanse and also in Tantric Yoga as a yantra or aid to contemplation. The Eastern mandalas used in ceremonial are figures fixed by tradition. They may be drawn or painted, or in certain special ceremonies even represented plastically. In 1938, I had the opportunity in the monastery of Bhutai Busti near Darjeeling of talking with a Lamanic Rinpoche, Lingam Gomchen by name, about the Kilkor or mandala. He explained it as a Dmingpa, pronounced Mingpa, a mental image which can be built up only by a fully instructed Lama through the power of imagination. He said that no mandala is like any other, they are all individually different. Also, he said, the mandalas to be found in monasteries and temples are of no particular significance, because they were external representations only. The true mandala is always an inner image, which is gradually built up through active imagination at such times when psychic equilibrium is distributed, or when a thought cannot be found and must be sought for because it is not contained in holy doctrine. The aptness of this explanation will become apparent in the course of my exposition. The alleged free and individual formation of the mandala, however, should be taken with a considerable grain of salt, since in all Lamic mandalas there predominates not only a certain unmistakable style, but also a traditional structure. For instance, they are all based on a quaternary system, a quadrantura circuli, and their contents are invariably derived from Lamic dogma. There are texts, such as the Shi Chaka Shabhara Tantra, which contains directions of the constructions of these mental images. The Kilkor is strictly distinguished from the so-called Sidpi Korlo, or world wheel, which represents the course of human existence in its various forms as conceived by the Buddhists. In contrary to the Kilkor, the world wheel is based on a ternary system in which 3 world principles are to be found in its center: the cock, equaling concupiscence; the serpent, hatred or envy; and the pig, ignorance or unconsciousness, avidya. Here we come upon the dilemma of 3 and 4, which also crops up in Buddhism. We shall see this problem again in the further course of our dream series. It seems to me beyond question that these Eastern symbols originated in dreams and visions, and were not invented by some Mahayana church father. On the contrary, they are among the oldest religious symbols of humanity, and may even have existed in Paleolithic times. See the Rhodesian rock painting. Moreover, they are distributed all over the world, a point I need not insist on here. In this section I merely wish to show, from the material at hand, how mandalas came into existence. The mandalas used in ceremonial are of greatest significance because their centers usually contain one of the highest religious figures, either Shiva himself, often in the embrace of a Shakti, or the Buddha, Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, or one of the great Mahayana teachers, or simply Dorji, symbol of all the divine forces together, whether creative or destructive. The text of the Golden Flower, a product of Taoist synchronism, specifies in addition certain alchemical properties of the center, after the manner of the lapis and the elixir vitae, so that in this effect a pharmonica athnasoias. It is not without importance for us to appreciate the high value set upon the mandala, for it accords very well with the paramount significance of individual mandala symbols, which are characterized by the same quantities of a, so to speak, metaphysical nature. Unless everything deceives us, they signify nothing less than a psychic center of the personality, not to be identified with the ego. I have observed these processes and their products for close to 30 years, on the basis of very extensive material drawn from my own experience. For 14 years I neither wrote nor lectured about them so as not to prejudice my observations. But when, in 1928, Richard Wilhelm laid the text of the Golden Flower before me, I decided to publish at least a foretaste of the results. One cannot be too cautious in these matters, for that which the imitative urge and a positively morbid avidity to possess themselves of outlandish feathers and deck themselves out in exotic plumage. Far too many people are misled into snatching at such magical ideas and applying them externally, like an ointment. People do well anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own souls. They will practice Indian yoga and all its exercises, observe a strict regime of diet, learn theosophy by heart, or mechanically repeat mystic texts from the literature of the whole world, all because they cannot get on with themselves and have not the slightest faith that anything useful could ever come out of their own souls. Thus the soul has gradually been turned into a Nazareth from which nothing good can come. Therefore let us fetch it from the four corners of the earth. The more far-fetched and bizarre it is, the better. I have no wish to disturb such people at their pet pursuits, but when anybody who expects to be taken seriously is deluded enough to think that I use yoga methods and yoga doctrines, or that I get my patients, whenever possible, to draw mandalas for the purpose of bringing them to the, quote, right point, then I really must protest and tax these people with having read my writings with the most horrible inattention. The doctrine that all evil thoughts come from the heart, and that the human soul is a sink of iniquity, must lie deep in the marrow of their bones. Were that so, then God had made a sorry job of creation, and it were high time for us to go over to Marcion the Gnostic and dispose the incompetent demurrage. Ethically, of course, it is infinitely more convenient to leave God the sole responsibility for such a home of idiot children, where no one is capable of putting a spoon into his own mouth. But it is worth man's while to take pains with himself, and he has something in his soul that can grow. It is rewarding to watch patiently the silent happenings in the soul, and the most and the best happens when it is not regulated from outside and from above. I readily admit that I have such a great respect for what happens in the human soul that I would be afraid of disturbing and distorting the silent operation of nature by clumsy interference. That was why I even refrained from observing this particular case myself, and entrusted the task to a beginner who is not handicapped by my knowledge. Anything rather than disturb the process. The result which I now lay before you are the unadulterated conscientious and exact self-observations of a man of unerring intellect who had nothing suggested to him from the outside, and who would, in any case, not have been open to suggestion. Anyone at all familiar with psychic material will have no difficulty in recognizing the authentic character of the results. Part 2 of Mandalas. The mandala and the dreams. For the sake of completeness, I will recapitulate the mandala symbols which occur in the initial dreams and the visions already discussed. 1. The snake, which described a circle around the dreamer. 2. The blue flower. 3. The man with the gold coins in his hand, and the enclosed space for a variety of performance. 4. The red ball. 5. The globe. The next mandala symbol occurs in the first dream of the new series. 6. Dream. An unknown woman is pursuing the dreamer. He keeps running around in a circle. The snake is the first mandala dream. The snake in the first mandala dream was anticipatory, as is often the case when a figure personifying a certain aspect of the unconscious does or experiences something that the subject himself will experience later. The snake anticipates a circular movement in which the subject is going to be involved, i.e., something is taking place in the unconscious, which is perceived as a circular movement, and this occurrence now presses into the consciousness so forcibly that the subject himself is gripped by it. The unknown woman or anima representing the unconscious continues to harass the dreamer until he starts running around in circles. This clearly indicates a potential center which is not identical with the ego, and round which the ego revolves. 7. Dream. The anima accuses the dreamer of paying too little attention to her. There's a clock that says 5 minutes to the hour. The situation is much the same. The unconscious pesters him like an exacting woman. The situation also explains the clock, for a clock's hands go round in a circle. 5 minutes to the hour implies a state of tension for anybody who lives by the clock. When the 5 minutes are up, he must do something or other. He might even be pressed for time. The symbol of circular movement is always connected with a feeling of tension, as we shall see later. 8. Dream. On board a ship, the dreamer is preoccupied with a new method of taking his bearings. Sometimes he is too far away and sometimes too near. The right spot is in the middle. There is a chart on which is drawn a circle with its center. Obviously, the task set here is to find the center and the right spot, and this is the center of a circle. While the dreamer was writing down this dream, he remembered that he had dreamt shortly before of shooting at a target. Sometimes he shot too high, sometimes too low. The right aim lay in the middle. Both dreams struck him as highly significant. The target is a circle with a center. Bearing at sea are taken by apparent rotation of the stars around the earth. Accordingly, the dream describes an activity whose aim is to construct or locate an objective center, the center outside the subject. 9. Dream. A pendulum clock goes forever without weights running down. This is a species of clock whose hands move unceasingly, and since there is obviously no loss due to friction, it is a perpetuum mobile, an everlasting movement in a circle. Here we meet with a metaphysical attribute. As I have already said, I use this word in a psychological sense, hence figuratively. I mean by this that eternity is a quality predicated by the unconscious, not a hypostasis. The statement made by the dream will obviously offend the dreamer's scientific judgment, but this is just what gives the mandala its peculiar significance. Highly significant things are often rejected because they seem to contradict reason, and thus set it too arduous a test. The movement without friction shows that the clock is cosmic, even transcendental. At any rate, it raises the question of equality, which leaves us in some doubt whether the psychic phenomenon expressing itself in the mandala is under the laws of space and time. At this point, too, something is so entirely different from the empirical ego that the gap between them is difficult to bridge, i.e., the other center of personality lies on a different plane from the ego, since, unlike this, it has the quality of eternity, a relative timelessness. 10. Dream. The dreamer is in the Periphostat in Zurich with the doctor, the man with the pointed beard, and the doll woman. The last is an unknown woman who neither speaks nor is spoken to. Question: to which of the three does the woman belong? The Tower of St. Peter's in Zurich has a clock with a strikingly large face. The Peterhofstadt is an enclosed space, a 10 menos, in the truest sense of the word, a precedent of the church. The four of them find themselves in this enclosure. The circular dial of the clock is divided into four quarters, like the horizon. In the dream, the dreamer represents his own ego, the man with the pointed beard, the employed intellect, Mephisto, and the doll woman, the anima. Since the doll is a childish object, it is an excellent image for the non-ego nature of the anima, who is further characterized by the object as not being spoken to. This negative element, also present in dreams 6 and 7 above, indicate an inadequate relationship between the conscious mind and the unconscious, as also does the question of whom the unknown woman belongs to. The doctor, too, belongs to the non-ego. He probably contains a faint allusion to myself, although at that time I had no connection with the dreamer. The man with a pointed beard, on the other hand, belongs to the ego. The whole situation is reminiscent of the relations depicted in the diagram of functions. If we think of the psychological functions as arranged in a circle, then the most differentiated function is usually the carrier of the ego and, equally regularly, has the auxiliary function attached to it. The inferior function, on the other hand, is unconscious and for that reason is projected onto the non-ego. It too has an auxiliary function. Hence, it would not be impossible for the four persons in the dream to represent the four functions as components of the total personality, i.e., if we include the unconscious. But this totality is ego plus non-ego. Therefore, the center of the circle which expresses such a totality would correspond not to the ego, but to the self as a summation of the total personality. The center with a circle is a very well-known allegory to the nature of God. In the philosophy of Upanishads, the self is one aspect of the personal Atman, but at the same time it has a cosmic and metaphysical quality as the supra-personality, personal Atman. We meet with similar ideas in the Gnosticism. I would mention the idea of anthropos, the pleroma, the monad, and the spark of light, splinter, in the treatise of Codex Brachyanus. This same is he, monogenes, who dwelleth in the monad, which is in the Scythias, and which came from the place of which none can say where it is. From him it is the monad came, in the matter of a ship, laden with all good things, and in the matter of a field filled or planted with every kind of tree, and in the matter of a city filled with all races of mankind. This is the fashion of the monad. All these beings in it, there are 12 monads, as a crown upon its head, and to its veil which surroundeth it with the manner of all defence. Purgos equals tower. There are 12 gates. This is the same in the mother city. Metropolis, of the only begotten. Monogenesis. By way of explanation, I should add that Scythias is the name for God, meaning creator. The monogenes is the son of God. The comparison of the monad with the field and the city corresponds to the idea of temenos. Also, the monad is crowned, the hat, which appears in Dream 1 of the first series, and Dream 35 of this series. As metropolis, the monad is feminine, like the Padma or lotus, the basic form of the Lamnik mandala, the golden flower in China, and the rose or golden flower in the West. The Son of God, God made manifest, dwells in the flower. In the book of Revelation, we find the Lamb in the center of the heavenly Jerusalem. And in our Copic text, we are told that Satheus dwells in the innermost and holiest recesses of the Pleroma, a city with 4 gates, equivalent to the Hindu city of Brahma on the world mountain Meru. In each gate there is a monad. The limbs of the anthropos born of autogenes equals monogenes correspond to the 4 gates of the city. The monad is a spark of light, splinter, and an image of the Father, identical with the monogenes. An invocation runs, Thou art the house and the dweller in the house. The monogene stands on the tetrapeza or table or platform with 4 pillars corresponding to the quaternium of the 4 evangelists. The idea of the lapis has several points of contact with all of this. In the Roseum, the lapis says, quoting Hermes, "I beget the light, but the darkness too is of my nature. Therefore, nothing better or more worthy of veneration can come to pass in the world than the conjunction of myself and my sun." Similarly, the monogenes is called the dark light, a reminder of Sol Niger, the black light of alchemy. The following passage from Chapter 4 on the Tractatus Aureus provides an interesting parallel to the monogenes who dwell in the bosom of the mother city, and is identical with the crowned and veiled monad. But the king reigns, as is witnessed by his brothers, and says, "I am crowned, and I am adorned with a diadem, I am clothed with a royal garment, and I bring joy to the heart. For, being chained to the arms and breast of my mother, and to her substance, I cause my substance to hold together and rest, and I compose the invisible from the visible, making the occult to appear, and everything that the philosophers have concealed will be generated from us. Hear then these words, and understand them, keep them, and meditate upon them, and seek for nothing more. Man is generated from the principle of nature, whose inward parts are fleshy, and from no other substance." The king refers to the lapis. That the lapis is the master is evident from the following Hermes quotation in the Rosarium: "Et sic philosophios non est magister lapidis, sed Pontius minister." And thus the philosopher is not the master of the stone, but rather its minister. Similarly, the final production of the lapis in the form of the crowned hermaphrodite is called the Enigma Regis. A German verse refers to the enigma as following: "Here now is born the emperor of all honor, than whom there cannot be born any higher, neither by art nor by the work of nature. Out of the womb of any living creature, philosophers speak of him as their son, and everything they do by him is done." The last 2 lines might easily be direct reference to the above quotation from Hermes. It looks as if the idea had dawned on the alchemists that the Son, who, according to the classical and Christian tradition, dwells eternally in the Father, and reveals himself as God's gift to mankind, was something that man could produce out of his own nature, with God's help, of course, Deo considenti. The heresy of this idea is obvious. The feminine nature of the inferior function derives from its contamination with the unconscious. Because of its feminine characteristic, the unconscious is personified by the anima, that is to say, in men, and in women it is masculine. We assume that this dream and its predecessors really do mean something that justly arouses a feeling of significance in the dreamer. And if we further assume that this significance is more or less in keeping with the views put forward in the commentary, then we would have reached here a high point of introspective intuition, whose boldness leaves nothing to be desired. But even the everlasting pendulum clock is an indistinguishable morsel for consciousness unprepared for it, and likely to hamper any too lofty flight of thought. 11. Dream. The dreamer, the doctor, a pilot, and the unknown woman are traveling by airplane. A croquet ball suddenly smashes the mirror, an indispensable instrument of navigation, and the airplane crashes to the ground. Here again there is the same doubt. To whom does the unknown woman belong? Doctor, pilot, and unknown woman are characterized as belonging to the non-ego by the fact that all 3 of them are strangers. Therefore the dream has retained possession only by the differentiated function, which carries the ego, that is, the unconscious has gained ground considerably. The croquet ball is part of a game where the ball is driven under a hoop. Vision 8 of the first series said that people should not go over the rainbow, but must go under it. Those who go over it fall to the ground. It looks as though the flight had been too lofty after all. Croquet is played on the ground and not in the air. We should not rise above the earth with the aid of spiritual intuitions and run away from hard reality, as so often happens with people who have brilliant intuitions. We can never reach the level of our intuitions and should therefore not identify ourselves with them. Only the gods can pass over the rainbow bridge. Mortal men must stick to the earth and are subject to its laws. In the light of the possibilities revealed by intuition, man's earthiness is certainly a lamentable imperfection. But this very imperfection is part of his innate being, of his reality. He is compounded not only of his best intuitions, his highest ideals and aspirations, but also of the odious conditions of his existence, such as heredity and the indelible sequence of memories that shout after him, "You did it, and that's what you are!" Man may have lost his ancient saurian's tail, but in its stead he has a chain hanging on to his psyche which binds him to the earth, an anything but Homeric chain of given conditions which weigh so heavily that it is better to remain bound to them, even at the risk of becoming neither a hero nor a saint. Here, history gives us some justification for not attaching any absolute value to these collective norms. That we are bound to the earth does not mean we cannot grow. On the contrary, it is the sine qua non of growth. No noble, well-grown tree ever disowned its dark roots, for it grows not only upward, but downward as well. The question of where we are going, of course, is extremely important, but equally important, it seems to me, is the question of who is going where. The who also implies a whence. It takes a certain greatness to gain lasting possession of the heights, but anybody can overreach himself. The difficulty lies in striking the dead center. For this, an awareness of the two sides of man's personality is essential, of their respective aims and origins. These two aspects must never be separated through arrogance or cowardice. The mirror, as an indispensable instrument of navigation, doubtless refers to the intellect, which is able to think and is constantly persuading us to identify ourselves with its insights, reflections. The mirror is one of Schopenhauer's favorite similes for the intellect. The term instrument of navigation is an apt expression for this, since it is indeed man's indispensable guide on pathless seas. But when the ground slips from under his feet and he begins to speculate in the void, seduced by the flight of intuition, the situation becomes dangerous. Here again the dreamer and the three figures form a quaternity. The unknown woman or anima always represents the inferior, i.e. the undifferentiated function, which in the case of our dreamer is feeling. The croquet ball is connected with the round motif and is therefore a symbol of wholeness, that is, of the self, here shown to be hostile to the intellect, the mirror. Evidently the dreamer navigates too much by the intellect and thus upsets the process of individuation. In De Vita Longa, Paracelsus describes the four as sciolae, but the self as adech, from Adam, the first man. Both, as Paracelsus emphasizes, cause so much difficulties in the work that one can almost speak of adech as hostile. 12. Dream. The dreamer finds himself with his father, mother, and sister in a very dangerous situation on the platform of a tram car. Once more the dreamer forms a quaternity with the other dream figures. He has fallen right back into childhood, a time where we are still a long way from wholeness. Wholeness is represented by the family, and its components are still projected upon the members of the family and personified by them. But this state is dangerous for the adult because it's regressive. It denotes a splitting of personality which primitive man experiences as a perilous loss of soul. In the breakup, the personal components that have been integrated with such pains are once more sucked into the outside world. The individual loses his guilt and exchanges it for infantile innocence. Once more, he can blame the wicked father for this and the unloving mother for that, and all the time he is caught in this inescapable causal nexus like a fly in a spider's web, without noticing that he has lost his moral freedom. But no matter how much parents and grandparents may have sinned against the child, the man who is really adult will accept these sins as his own condition, which has to be reckoned with. Only a fool is interested in other people's guilt, since he cannot alter it. The wise man learns only from his own guilt. He will ask himself, "Who am I with that all this should happen to me?" To find the answer to this fateful question, he will look into his own heart. As in the previous dream, the vehicle was an airplane, so in this it is a tram. The type of vehicle in a dream illustrates the kind of movement or the manner in which the dreamer moves forward in time. In other words, how he lives his psychic life, whether individually or collectively, whether on his own or on borrowed means, whether spontaneously or mechanically. In the airplane, he is flown by an unknown pilot, i.e., he is borne along on intuitions emanating from the unconscious. The mistake is that the mirror is used too much to steer by. But in this dream he is in a collective vehicle, a tram, which anybody can ride in, i.e. he moves or behaves just like anybody else. All the same, he is again one of four, which means that he is in both vehicles on account of his unconscious striking for wholeness. 13. A dream. In the sea there lies a treasure. To reach it he has to dive through a narrow opening. This is dangerous, but down below he will find a companion. The dreamer takes the plunge into the dark and discovers a beautiful garden in the depths, symmetrically laid out with a fountain in the center. The treasure hard to attain lies hidden in the ocean of the unconscious, and only the brave can reach it. I conjured that the treasure is also the companion, the one who goes through life at our side, in all probability a close analogy to the lovely ego who finds a mate in the self, for at first the self is the strange non-ego. This is the throne of the magical traveling companion, of one who I will give three famous examples: the disciples of the road to Emmaus, Krishna and Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, and Moses and El-Qadir in Surah 18 of the Quran. I conjecture further that the treasure is in the sea, the companion, and the garden with the fountain are all one and the same thing, the self. For the garden is another Temenos, and the fountain is the source of living water mentioned in John 7:38, which the Moses of the Koran also sought and found, and beside it El-Qadir, one of our servants whom we had endowed with our grace and wisdom. And the legend has it that the ground was round about El-Qadir, then blossomed with spring flowers, although it was desert. In Islam, the plan of the Temenos with the fountain developed under the influences of early Christian architecture into the court of the mosque, with a ritual wash house in the center. We see much the same thing in our Western cloisters, with the fountain in the garden. This is also the rose garden of the philosophers, which we know from our treatise on alchemy and from many beautiful engravings. The dweller in the house, commentary to Dream 10, is the companion. The center and the circle, here represented by a fountain and a garden, are analogous of the lapis, which is, among other things, a living being. In the Rosarium, the lapis says, "Protege-me, protegem ti, lagere mihi ius meum, ut ti adivem." Protect me, and I will protect you. Give me my due, and I may help you. Here the lapis is nothing less than a good friend and a helper, who helps those who help him, and this points to the compensatory relationship. I would call to mind that what was said in the commentary to Dream 10, more particularly to the Monaghi's lapis self-parallel. The crash to earth thus leads into the depths of the sea, into the unconscious, and the dreamer reaches the shelter of the Temenos as a protection against the splintering of personality caused by his regression to childhood. The situation is rather like that of Dream 4 and Vision 5 in the first series, where the magic circle ward off the lure of unconscious and its plurality of feminine forms, the dangers of temptation, and the approach to polyphilo in much the same way as the beginning of his Nekia. The source of life is, like El-Qadir, a good companion, though it is not without its dangers. A Moses of old found to his cost, according to the Quran. It is the symbol of the life force that is eternally renews itself, and of the clock that never runs down. An uncanonical saying of our Lord runs, "He who is near unto me is near unto the fire." Just as this esoteric Christ is the source of fire, probably not without reference to the Par'ai-Xaun of Heraclitus, so the alchemical philosophers conjure in their Aqua Nostra to be ignis, fire. The source means not only the flow of life, but its warmth, indeed its heat, the secret of passion, whose synonyms are always fiery. The all-dissolving aqua nostra is an essential ingredient in the production of the lapis, but the source is underground, and therefore the way leads underneath. Only down below can we find the fiery source of life. These steps constitute the natural history of man, his causal link with the world of instinct. Unless this link is rediscovered, no lapis and no self can come into being. 14. Dream. The dreamer goes into a chemist's shop with his father. Valuable things can be got there quite cheap, above all, a special water. His father tells him about the country the water comes from. Afterwards, he crosses the Rubicon by train. The traditional apothecary's shop, with its carboys and gallipots, its waters, its lapis divinus, and its infernalis, and its magisters, is the last visible remnant of the kitchen paraphernalia of those alchemists who saw in the donum spiritus sancti the precious gifts, nothing beyond the chimera of gold-making. The special water is literally the aqua nostra non vulgi. It is easy to understand why it is his father who leads the dreamer into the source of life, since he is the natural source of the latter's life. We could say that the father represents the country or soil from which life sprang, but figuratively speaking, he is the informing spirit who initiates the dreamer into the meaning of life and explains its secrets according to the teachings of old. He is a transmitter of the traditional wisdom. But nowadays the fatherly pedagogue fulfills his function only in the dreams of his son, where he appears as an archetypal father figure, the wise old man. The water of life is easily had. Everybody possesses it, though without knowing its value. Spirniter a stimultis. It is despised by the stupid because they assume that every good thing is always outside and somewhere else, and that the source is in their own souls is a nothing but. Like the lapis, it is a pretio quoque vilis, of little price, and therefore, like the jewel in Spittler's Prometheus, it is rejected by everyone, from the high priest and the academians, down to the very peasants, and in vitam aictus, flung out onto the street, where Aphasareus picks it up and puts it in his pocket. The treasure has sunk down again into the unconscious. But the dreamer has noticed something, and with vigorous determination crosses the Rubicon. He has realized that the flux and fire of life are not to be underrated and are absolutely necessary to the achievement of wholeness. But there is no recrossing the Rubicon. 15. Dream. 4 people are going down a river: the dreamer, his father, a certain friend, and the unknown woman. Insofar as the friend is a definite person well known to the dreamer, he belongs, like the father, to the conscious world of the ego. Hence something very important has happened. In dream 11, the unconscious was 3 against 1, but now the situation is reversed, and it is the dreamer who is 3 against 1, the latter being the unknown woman. The unconscious has been depotentiated. The reason for this is that by taking the plunge, the dreamer has connected the upper and lower regions. That is to say, he has decided not to live only as a bodiless, abstract being, but to accept the body and the world of instinct, the reality of the problems posed by love and life, and to act accordingly. This was the Rubicon that was crossed. Individuation, becoming a self, is not only a spiritual problem, it is the problem of all life. 16. Dream. Many people are present. They are all walking to the left, around a square. The dreamer is not in the center, but to one side. They say that a gibbon is to be reconstructed. Here the square appears for the first time. Presumably it arises from the circle with the help of 4 people. This will be confirmed later. Like the lapis, the tinctura rubea, and the aureum philosophicum, the squaring of a circle was a problem that greatly exercised medieval minds. It is a symbol of the opus alchemicum, since it breaks down the original chaotic unity into the 4 elements and then combines them again in higher unity. Unity is represented by a circle, and the 4 elements by a square. The production of 1 from 4 is the result of a process of distillation and sublimation, which takes the so-called circular form. The distille is subjected to sundry distillations so that the soul, or spirit, shall be extracted in its purest state. The product is generally called the quintessence, though this is by no means the only name for the ever hoped for and never to be discovered one. It has, as the alchemists say, 1,000 names, like the prima materia. Heinrich Kuhnrath has this to say about the circular distillations. Through circumrotation, or a circular philosophical revolving of the quaternius, it is brought back to the highest and purest simplicity of the plus quam perfect Catholic monad. One out of the gross and impure one there cometh an exceeding pure and subtle one, and so forth. Soul and spirit must be separated from the body, and this is equivalent to death. Therefore Paul of Tara's saint, Cupio dissolvi, et esse cum Christo. Therefore, my dear philosophy, must thou catch the spirit and soul of the magnesia. The spirit, or spirit and soul, is the tyrannius, or number 3, which must first be separated from the body, and, after the purification of the latter, infused back into it. Evidently the body is the fourth. Hence Kurath refers to a passage from Pseudo-Aristotle, where the circle re-emerges from a triangle set in a square. This circular figure, together with the Ouroboros, the dragon devouring itself tail first, is the basic mandala of alchemy. The Eastern, and more particularly the Lamaic mandala, usually contains a square ground plan of the stupa. We can see from the mandalas constructed in solid form that it is really the plan of a building. The square also conveys the idea of a house or temple, or of an inner walled-in space. According to the ritual, stupas must always be circumambulated to the right, because a leftward movement is evil. The left, the sinister side, is the unconscious side. Therefore, a leftward movement is equivalent to a movement in the direction of the unconscious, whereas a movement to the right is correct and aims at consciousness. In the East, these unconscious contents have gradually, through long practice, come to assume definite form, which have to be accepted as such and retained by the conscious mind. Yoga, as far as we know it as an established practice, proceeds in much the same way. It impresses fixed forms on consciousness. Its most important Western parallel is the Exercia Spiritualia of Ignatius Loyola, which likewise impressed fixed concepts about salvation and the psyche. This procedure is right so long as the symbol is still a valid expression of the unconscious situation. The psychological rightness of both Eastern and Western yoga ceases only when the unconscious process, which anticipates future modifications of consciousness, has developed so far that it produces shades of meaning which are no longer adequately expressed by, or are at variance with, the traditional symbol. Then, and only then, can one say that the symbol has lost its rightness. Such a process signifies a gradual shift in man's unconscious view of the world over the centuries, and has nothing whatever to do with intellectual criticisms of this view. Religious symbols are phenomena of life, plain facts and not intellectual opinions. If the Church clung for so long to the idea that the sun rotates round the earth, and then abandoned this contention in the 19th century, she can always appeal to the psychological truth that for millions of people the sun did revolve round the earth, and that it was only in the 19th century that any major portion of mankind became sufficiently sure of the intellectual function to grasp the proof of the earth's planetary nature. Unfortunately, there is no truth unless there are people to understand it. Presumably, the leftward circumambulation of the square indicates that the squaring of the circle is a stage on the way to the unconscious, a point of transition leading to a goal lying as yet unformulated beyond it. It is one of those paths to the center of the non-ego, which were also trodden by the medieval investigators when producing the lapis. The Rosarium says, "Out of man and woman make a round circle, and extract the quadrangle from this, and from the quadrangle the triangle. Make a round circle, and you will have the philosopher's stone." The modern intellect naturally regards all this as poppycock. But this estimate fails to get rid of the fact that such contentions of ideas do exist, and that they even played an important part for many centuries. It is up to psychology to understand these things, leaving the layman to rant about poppycock obscurism. Many of my critics who call themselves scientific behave exactly like the bishop who excommunicated the cockchafers from their unseemly proliferation. Just as the stupas preserve relics of Buddha in their innermost sanctuary, so in the interior of the Lamech quadrangle and again in the Chinese Earth Square there is a holy of holies with a magical agent, the cosmic source of energy, be it the god Shiva, Buddha, a Bodhisattva, or a great teacher. In China it is Ch'en, heaven, with the four cosmic effluences radiating from it. And equally in the Western mandalas of medieval Christendom, the deity is enthroned at the center, often in the form of a triumphant Redeemer, together with the four symbolic figures of the evangelists. The symbol in our dreams present the most obvious contrast of these highly metaphysical ideas, for it is a gibbon, unquestionably an ape, that is to be reconstructed in the center. Here we meet again the ape who first turned up in Vision 22 in the first series. In that dream he caused a panic, and he also brought about the helpful intervention of the intellect. Now he is to be reconstructed, and this can only mean that the anthropoid, man, as an archaic fact, is to be put together again. Clearly the left-hand path does not lead upwards to the kingdom of the gods and eternal ideas, but down into natural history, into the bestial, instinctive foundations of human existence. We are therefore dealing with, to put it in classical language, with a Dionysian mystery. The square corresponds to the Timenos, where a drama is taking place, in this case the play of apes instead of satyrs. The inside of the golden flower is a seeding place where the diamond body is produced. The synonymous term, the ancestral land, may actually be a hint that this product is the result of integrating the ancestral stages. The ancestral spirits play an important part in primitive rites of renewal. The Aborigines of Central Australia even identify themselves with their mystical ancestors in the Al-Jaringa period, a sort of Homeric age. Similarly, the Pueblo Indians of Taos, in preparation for their ritual dances, identify with the sun, whose sons they are. The atavistic identification with human and animal ancestors can be interpreted psychologically as an integration of the unconscious, a veritable bath of renewal in the life source where one is again a fish, unconscious as in sleep, intoxication, and death. Hence the sleep of incubation, the Dionysian orgy, and the ritual death and initiation. Naturally, the proceedings always take place in some hallowed spot. We can easily translate these ideas into the concretism of Freudian theory. The terminus would then be the womb of the mother and the rite of regression to incest. But these are neurotic misunderstandings of people who have remained partly infantile and who do not realize that such things have been practiced since time immemorial by adults whose activities cannot possibly be explained by mere regression to infantilism. Otherwise the highest and most important achievements of mankind would ultimately be nothing but the perverted wishes of children, and the world childish would have lost its raison d'etre. Since the philosophical side of alchemy was concerned with problems that are very closely related to those which interest the most modern psychology, it might perhaps be worthwhile to probe a little deeper into the dream motif of the ape that is to be reconstructed in the square. In the overwhelming majority of cases, alchemy identifies its transferring substance with the argentum vivum, or mercurius. Chemically, this term denotes quicksilver, but philosophically it means the spiritus vitae, or even the world soul, so that Mercurius also takes on the significance of Hermes, a god of revelation. This question has been discussed in detail elsewhere. Hermes is associated with the idea of roundness and also of squareness, as can be seen particularly in Papyrus 5, of the papyri Gracie Megissae, and he is named Stropogoulos kai Petragaunos, round and square. He is also called Tetragalzin, quadrangular. He is in general connected with the number 4. Hence there is an Eramis tetrakephalos, or a four-headed Hermes. These attributes were known also in the Middle Ages, as the work of Carteri, for instance, shows. He says, again, the square figure of Mercury, Hermes, made up of nothing but a head and a virile member, satisfy that the sun is the head of the world, and scatters the seed of all things, while the 4 sides of the square figure have the same significance as the 4-stringed cistern, which was likewise attributed to Mercury, namely, the 4 quarters of the world, or the 4 seasons of the year, or again, that the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices make up between them 4 parts of the whole zodiac. It is easy to see why such qualities made Mercurius an eminently suitable symbol for the mysterious transforming substance of alchemy, for this is round and square, i.e., a totality consisting of 4 parts, or 4 elements. Consequently, the Gnostic quadripartite original man, as well as Christ Pantocrator, is an image lapidus. Western alchemy is mainly of Egyptian origin, so let us first of all turn our attention to the Hellenistic figure of Hermes Trismegistus, who, while standing to the medieval Mercurius, derives ultimately from the ancient Egyptian Thoth. The attribute of Thoth was the baboon, or again he was represented outright as an ape. This idea was visibly preserved all through the numberless editions of the Book of the Dead, right down to the most recent times. It is true that in existing alchemical texts, which with few exceptions belong to the Christian era, the ancient connection between Thoth Hermes and the ape had disappeared, but it still existed at the time of the Roman Empire. Mercurius, however, had several things in common with the devil, which we will not enter upon here, and so the ape once more crops up in the vicinity of Mercurius as the sine die. It is the essence of the transforming substance to be on the one hand extremely common, even contemptible. This is expressed in a series of attributes it shares with the devil, such as serpent, dragon, raven, lion, basilisk, and eagle, but on the other hand to mean something of great value, not to say divine. For the transformation leads from the depths to the heights, from the beastly, archaic, and infantile to the mystical Homo Maximus. The symbolism of the rites of renewal, if taken seriously, points far beyond the mere archaic and infantile to man's innate psychic disposition, which is the result and deposit of all ancestral life right down to the animal level. Hence, the ancestor of animal symbolism. The rites are attempts to abolish the separation between the conscious mind and the unconscious, the real source of life, and to bring about a reunion of the individual with the native soil of his inherited instinctive makeup. Had these rites of renewal not yielded definite results, they would not only have died out in prehistoric times, but would never have arisen in the first place. The case before us proves that even if the conscious mind is miles away from the ancient conceptions of the rites of renewal, the unconscious still strives to bring them closer in dreams. It is true that without the quality of autonomy and autarky, there would be no consciousness at all, yet these qualities also spell the danger of isolation and stagnation, since, by splitting off the unconscious, they bring about an unbearable alienation of instinct. Loss of instinct is the sort of endless error and confusion. Finally, the fact that the dreamer is not in the center but to one side is a striking indication of what will happen to his ego. It will no longer be able to claim the central place, but must presumably be satisfied with the position of a satellite, or at least of a planet revolving around the sun. Clearly, the important place in the center is reserved for the gibbon about to be reconstructed. The gibbon belongs to the anthropoids, and, on account of its kinship with man, is an appropriate symbol for that part of the psyche which goes down into the subhuman. Further, we have seen from the cynocephalus, or dog-headed baboon associated with Thoth Hermes, the highest amongst the apes known to the Egyptians, that its godlike affinities make it an equally appropriate symbol for that part of the unconscious which transcends to the conscious level. The assumption that the human psyche possesses layers that lie below consciousness is not likely to arouse serious opposition, but that there could just as well be layers lying above consciousness seems to be a surmise which borders on a crimen laesae majestatis humanae. In my experience, the conscious mind can claim only a relatively central position and must accept the fact that the unconscious psyche transcends and, as it were, surrounds it on all sides. Unconscious contents connect it to backwards with psychological states on the one hand and archetypal data on the other, but it is extended forwards by intuitions which are determined partly by archetypes and partly by subliminal perceptions, depending on the relativity of time and space in the unconscious. I must leave it to the reader, after thorough consideration of this dream series and the problems it opens up, to form her own judgments as to the possibility of such a hypothesis. The following dream is given unabridged in its original text. 17. Dream. All the houses have something theatrical about them, with stage and scenery and decorations. The name of Bernard Shaw is mentioned. The play is supposed to take place in the distant future. There is a notice in English and German on one of the seats. This is the Universal Catholic Church. It is the Church of the Lord. All those who feel that they are the instruments of the Lord may enter. Under this is printed in smaller letters, "The church was founded by Jesus and Paul," like a firm advertising its long standing. I say to my friends, "Come on, let's have a look at this." He replies, "I do not see why a lot of people have to get together when they're feeling religious." I answer, "As a Protestant, you will never understand." A woman nods emphatic approval. Then I see a sort of proclamation on the wall of the church. It runs, "Soldiers! When you feel you are under the power of the Lord, do not address him directly. The Lord cannot be reached by words. We also strongly advise you not to indulge in any discussions amongst yourselves concerning the attributes of the Lord. It is futile, for everything valuable and important is ineffable." Signed, the Pope, with the name illegible. Now we go in. The interior resembles a mosque, more particularly the Hagia Sophia. No seats. Wonderful effective space. No images. Only framed texts decorating the walls, like the Koran texts of the Hagia Sophia. One of the texts reads, "Do not flatter your benefactor." The woman who had agreed with me before bursts into tears and cries, "Then there's nothing left." I reply, "I find it quite right," but she vanishes. At first I stand with the pillar in front of me and can see nothing. Then I change my position and see a crowd of people. I do not belong to them and stand alone, but they are quite distinct so that I can see their faces. They all say in unison, "We confess that we are under the power of the Lord. The kingdom of heaven is within us." They repeat this 3 times with great solemnity. Then the organ starts to play and they sing a Bach fugue and with choral, but the original text is omitted. Sometimes there is only a sort of coloratum singing. Then the words are repeated, "Everything is like, everything else is like," and then the words are repeated, "Everything is paper," meaning that it does not make a living impression on me. When the choral has faded away, the Gutlicht part of the ceremony begins. It's almost like a student's party. The people are all cheerful and equable. We move about, converse, and greet one another, and wine, from the Episcopal Seminary, is served with other refreshments. The health of the church is drunk, and, as if to express everybody's pleasure at the increase in membership, a loudspeaker blares out a ragtime melody with the refrain, "Charles is also with us now." a priest explains to me, "These somewhat trivial amusements are officially approved and permitted. We must adapt a little to American methods. With a large crowd such as we have here, this is inevitable, but we differ in principle from the American churches by our decidedly anti-aesthetic tendency." Thereupon I awaken with a feeling of great relief. Unfortunately, I must refrain from commenting on this dream as a whole, and confine myself to our theme. The temenos has become a sacred building, in accordance with a hint given earlier. The proceedings are thus characterized as religious. The grotesque humorous side of the Dionysian mystery comes out in the so-called Gemtlich part of the ceremony, where wine is served in a toast drunk to the health of the church. An inscription on the floor of an Orphic Dionysian shrine puts it very aptly: "Monon me udor," only no water. The Dionysian relic in the church, such as the fish and the wine symbolism, the Damascus chalice, the seal cylinder with the crucifix, and the inscription "Orphoic Bacoic," and much else besides, can be mentioned only in passing. The anti-aesthetic tendency clearly marks the point of difference between the Christian Church, here defined as American. See the commentary for Dream 14 of the first series. America is the ideal home of the reasonable idea of the practical intellect, which would like to put the world to rights by means of a brain trust. This view is in keeping with the modern formula, intellect equals spirit, but it completely forgets the fact that spirit was never a human activity, much less a function. The movement to the left is thus confirmed as a withdrawal from the modern idea of ideas and regression to pre-Christian Dionysus worship, where asceticism is, in the Christian sense, unknown. At the same time, the movement does not lead right out of the sacred spot, but remains within it. In other words, it does not lose its sacramental character. It does not simply fall into chaos and anarchy. It relates the church directly to the Dionysian sanctuary, just as the historical process did, though from the opposite direction. We could say that this regressive development faithfully retreads the path of history in order to reach pre-Christian level. Hence it does not relapse, but a kind of systematic descent ad inferios, a psychological nekia. I encountered something very similar in the dream of a clergyman who had a rather problematical attitude to his faith. Coming into his church at night, he found that the whole wall of the choir had collapsed. The altar and the ruins were overgrown with vines hanging full of grapes, and the moon was shining through the gap. Again, a man who was much occupied with religious problems had the following dream: an immense Gothic cathedral, almost completely dark, high masses being celebrated. Suddenly the whole wall of the aisle collapses. Blinding sunlight bursts into the interior, together with a large herd of bulls and cows. This setting is evidently more Mithraic, but Mithraeus is associated with the early church in much the same way Dionysus is. Interestingly enough, the church in our dreams is a very syncretistic building, for the Hagia Sophia is a very ancient Christian church, which, however, served as a mosque until quite recently. It therefore fits in very well with the purpose of the dream, to attempt a combination of Christian and Dionysian religious ideas. Evidently, this is to come along about without the one excluding the other, without any values being destroyed. This is extremely important, since the reconstruction of the gibbon is to take place in the sacred precincts. Such a sacrilege might easily lead to the dangerous supposition that the leftward movement is a diabolical fruos, and the gibbon the devil, for the devil is in fact regarded as the ape of God. The leftward movement would then be a perversion of divine truth for the purpose of setting up his black majesty in place of God. But the unconscious has no such blasphemous intentions. It is only trying to restore the lost Dionysus, who is somehow lacking in modern man, pace Nietzsche, to the world of religion. At the end of the Vision 22, when the ape first appears, it was said that everything must be ruled by the light, and everything, we might add, includes the Lord of Darkness with his horns and cloven hoofs, actually a Dionysus Corybant who was rather unexpectedly risen to the rank of prince. The Dionysian element has to do with emotions and affects which have found no suitable religious outlets in the predominantly Apollonian cult and ethos of Christianity. The medieval carnivals and the jeux de paume in the church were abolished relatively early. Consequently, the carnival became secularized, and with it divine intoxication vanished from the sacred precincts. Mourning, earnestness, severity, and well-tempered spiritual joy remained. But intoxication, that most direct and dangerous form of possession, turned away from the gods and enveloped the human world with its exuberance and pathos. The pagan religions met this danger by giving drunken ecstasy a place within their cult. Heraclitus doubtless saw what was at the back of it when he said, "But Hades is the same Dionysus in whose honor they go mad and keep the feast of the wine vat." For this very reason orgies were granted religious license, so as to exorcise the danger that threatened from Hades. Our solution, however, has served to throw the gates of hell wide open. 18. Dream. A square space with complicated ceremonies goes on in it, the purpose of which is to transform animals into men. Two snakes, moving in opposite directions, have to be got rid of at once. Some animals are there, e.g., foxes and dogs. The people walk around the square and must let themselves be bitten in the calf by these animals at each of the four corners. If they run away, all is lost. Now the higher animals come on the scene, bulls and ibexes. 4 snakes glide into 4 corners. All the congregation files out. 2 sacrificial priests carry in a huge reptile, and with this they touch the forehead of a shapeless animal lump or life mask. Out of it there instantly rises a human head transfigured. A voice proclaims, "These are attempts at being." One might say that the dream goes on with the explanation of what is happening in the square space. Animals are to be changed into men. A shapeless life mass is to be turned into transfigured, illuminated human heads by magic contact with a reptile. The animal lump or lifeless mass stands for the mass of the inherited unconscious, which is to be united with consciousness. This is brought about by the ceremonial use of the reptile, presumably a snake. The idea of transformation and renewal by means of a serpent is a well-substantial archetype. It is the healing serpent representing the god. It is reported of the mysteries of Sabazius, Aureus columber in senem dimititur, consecratus es eximetur rurus ab inforibus partibus atque imus. A golden snake is let down into the lap of the initiated and taken away again from the lower parts. Among the Ophites, Christ was the serpent. Probably the most significant development of serpent symbolism as regards renewal of personality is to be found in the Kundalini Yoga. The shepherd's experience with the snakes in Nietzsche's Zarathustra would accordingly be a fatal omen, and not the only one of its kind. This is the prophecy at the death of the rope dancer. The shapeless life mass immediately recalls the ideas of a chemical chaos, the massa, or materia informis, or confusa, which has contained the divine seeds of life ever since the creation. According to the Midrashic view, Adam was created in much the same way. In the first hour God collected the dust, in the second made a shapeless mass out of it, and in the third fashioned the limbs, and so on. But if the life mass is to be transformed, a circumambulatio is necessary, i.e., excessive concentration in the center, the place of creative change. During this process, one is bitten by animals. In other words, we have to expose ourselves to the animal impulses of the unconscious without identifying with them and without running away. For flight with the unconscious would defeat the purpose of the whole proceeding. We must hold our ground, which means here that the process initiated by the dreamer's self-observation must be experienced in all its ramifications and then articulated with consciousness to the best of his understanding. This often entails an almost unbearable tension because of the utter incommensurability between conscious life and unconscious process, which can be experienced only in the innermost soul and cannot touch the visible surface of life at any point. The principle of conscious life is, nihil est in an intellectu, quod non prius fuit in sensu. But the principle of unconscious is the autonomy of the psyche itself, reflecting in the play of images, not in the word but itself, even though it utilizes the illustrative possibilities offered by the sensible world in order to make its images clear. The sensory datum, however, is not the causa efficiens of this. Rather, it is autonomously selected and exploited by the psyche, with the result that the rationality of the cosmos is constantly being violated in the most distressing manner. But the sensible world has an equally devastating effect on the deeper psychic process when it breaks onto them a causa efficiens. If reason is not to be outraged on the one hand, and the creative play of images not violently suppressed on the other, a circumspect and far-sighted synthetic procedure is required in order to accomplish the paradoxical union of irreconcilables. Hence the alchemical parallels in our dreams. The focusing of attention on the center demanded in this dream and the warning about running away have clear parallels in the opus alchemicum. The need to concentrate on the work and to meditate upon it is stressed again and again. The tendency to run away, however, is attributed not to the operator but to the transforming substance. Mercurius is evasive and is labeled servant, or servus fugitivus, fugitive stag. The vessel must be well sealed so that that which is within may not escape. Irenaeus Philalethes said of the service, "You must be very wary how you lead him, for if he can find an opportunity, he will give you the slip and leave you to a world of misfortune." It did not occur to these philosophers that they were chasing a projection, and that the more they attributed to the substance of the further away they were getting from the psychological source of their expectations. From the difference between the material in this dream and its medieval predecessors, we can measure the psychological advance. The running away is now clearly apparent as a characteristic of the dreamer, i.e., it is no longer projected unto an unknown substance. Running away thus becomes a moral question. This aspect was recognized by the alchemists insofar as they emphasized the need for special religious devotion of their work, though one cannot altogether clear them of the suspicion of having used their prayers and pious exercise for the purpose of forcing a miracle. There are even some who agreed to have the Holy Spirit as a familiar. But to do them justice, one should not overlook the fact that there is more than a little evidence in the literature that they realized it was a matter of their own transformation. For instance, Gerhard Dorn exclaims, Transmutat mimi in vivos lapides philosophicos. Transform yourself into living philosophical stones. Hardly have conscious and unconscious touched when they fly asunder on account of their mutual antagonism. Hence, right at the beginning of the dream, the snakes are making off in the opposite direction and have to be removed, i.e., the conflict between the conscious and the unconscious is at once resolutely stopped, and the conscious mind is forced to stand the tension by means of the circumambulatio. The magic circle thus traced will also prevent the unconscious from breaking out again, for such an eruption would be equivalent to psychosis. Non nulli perirunt in opera nostra, or not a few have perished in our work. We can say with the author of the Rostrium, the dream shows that the difficult operation of thinking in paradoxes, a feat possibly only to a superior intellect, has succeeded. The snakes no longer run away, but settle themselves in the four corner, and the process of transformation or integration sets to work. The transfiguration and illumination, the conscious recognition of the center has been attained, or at least anticipated, in the dream. This potential achievement, if it can be maintained, i.e., if the conscious mind does not lose touch with the center again, means a renewal of personality. Since it is a subjective state whose reality cannot be validated by any external criterion, any further attempt to describe and explain it is doomed to failure, for only those who have had this experience are in a position to understand and attest its reality. Happiness, for example, is such a noteworthy reality that there is nobody who does not long for it, and yet there is not a single objective criterion for which would prove beyond a doubt that this condition necessarily exists. As so often with the important things, we have to make do with subjective judgment. The arrangement of the snakes in the four corners is indicative of an order in the unconscious. It is as if we were confronted with a pre-existent ground plan, a kind of Pythagorean tetrachys. I have very frequently observed the number 4 in this connection. It probably explains the universal incidence of magical significance of the cross or of the circle divided into 4. In the present case, the point seems to be to capture and regulate the animal instincts so as to exorcise the danger of falling into unconsciousness. This may well be the empirical basis of the cross, as that which vanishes the powers of darkness. In this dream, the unconscious has managed to stage a powerful advance by thrusting its contents dangerously near the conscious sphere. The dreamer appears to be deeply entangled in a mysterious synthetic ceremony, and will unfailingly carry a lasting memory of the dream into his conscious life. Experience shows that this results in a serious conflict for the conscious mind, because it is not always either willing or able to put forth the extraordinary intellectual and moral effort needed to take a paradox seriously. Nothing is so jealous as the truth. As a glance at the history of the medieval mind will show, our whole modern mentality has been molded by Christianity. This has nothing to do with whether we believe the truths of Christianity or not. Consequently, the reconstruction of the ape in the sacred precincts, as proposed by the dream, comes as such a shock that the majority of people will seek revenge in blank incomprehension. Others will heedlessly ignore the abysmal depths of the Dionysian mystery and will welcome the rational Darwinian core of the dream as a safeguard against mystic exaltation. Only a very few will feel the collision of the two worlds and realize that that is what it's all about. Yet the dream says plainly enough that in the place where, according to tradition, the deity dwells, the ape is to appear. This substitution is almost as bad as a black mass. In Eastern symbolism, the square, signifying the earth in China, and Padma or lotus in India, has the character of yoni, femininity. A man's unconscious is likewise feminine and is personified by the anima. The anima also stands for the inferior function, and for that reason frequently has a shady character. Footnote. The idea of the anima, as I define it, is by no means such a novelty, but an archetype which we meet in the most diverse places. It is also known in alchemy as the following scholarium provides, and then Latin, which is translated, as the shadow continually follows the body of one who walks in the sun, so our hermaphroditic Adam, though he appears in the form of male, nevertheless always carries about with him Eve, his wife, hidden in his body. So, she is, as a rule, the fourth person, Dream 10, 11, 15. She is the dark and dreaded maternal womb, which is of an essentially ambivalent nature. The Christian deity is one of these in 3 persons. The fourth person in the heavenly drama is undoubtedly the devil. In the more harmless psychological version, he is merely the inferior function. On a moral valuation, he is man's sin, a function belonging to him and presumably masculine. The feminine element in the deity is kept very dark, the interpretation of the Holy Ghost as Sophia being considered heretical. Hence the Christian metaphysical drama, the prologue in heaven, has only masculine actors, a point it shares with many of the ancient mysteries, but the feminine element must obviously be somewhere, so it is presumably to be found in the dark. At any rate, that is where the ancient Chinese philosopher was located, in the yin. Although man and woman unite, they nevertheless represent irreconcilable opposites which, when activated, degenerate into deadly hostility. This primordial pair of opposites symbolizes every conceivable pair of opposites that may occur: hot and cold, light and dark, north and south, dry and damp, good and bad, conscious and unconscious. In the psychology of functions, there are two conscious and therefore masculine functions: the differentiated functions and its auxiliary, which are represented in dreams by father and son, whereas the unconscious function appear as mother and daughter. Since the conflict between the two auxiliary functions is not nearly as great as that between the differentiated and the inferior function, it is possible for the third function, that is, the unconscious auxiliary one, to be raised into consciousness and thus made masculine. It will, however, bring with it traces of its contamination with the inferior function, thus acting as a kind of link with the darkness of the unconscious. It is in keeping with this psychological fact that the Holy Ghost should be heretically interpreted as Sophia, for he was the mediator of birth in the flesh, who enabled the deity to shine forth in the darkness of the world. No doubt it was this association that caused the Holy Ghost to be suspected of femininity, for Mary was the dark earth of the field. E la terra verga nondam pluvis irrigata, that virgin earth not yet watered by the rains, as Tertullian called her. The fourth function is contamination with the unconscious, and, on being made conscious, drags the whole of the unconscious with it. We must then come to terms with the unconscious and try to bring about a synthesis of opposites. At first a violent conflict breaks out, such as any reasonable man would experience when it becomes evident that he had to swallow a lot of absurd superstitions. Everything in him would rise up in revolt, and he would defend himself desperately against what looked to him like murderous nonsense. This situation explains the following dreams. 19. Dream. Ferocious war between two people. The dream depicts the conflict. The conscious mind is defending its position and trying to suppress the unconscious. The first result of this is the expulsion of the fourth function, but, since it is not contaminated with the third, there is a danger of the latter disappearing at will. Things would then return to the state that preceded the present one, where only two functions were conscious and the other two unconscious. 20. Dream. There are two boys in a cave. A third falls in as if through a pipe. The cave represents the darkness and seclusion of the unconscious. The two boys correspond to the two unconscious functions. Theoretically, a third must be an auxiliary function, which would indicate that the conscious mind had become completely absorbed in the differentiated function. The odds now stand 1 to 3, greatly in favor of the unconscious. We may therefore expect a new adventure on its part and a return to its former position. The boys are an allusion to the dwarf motif, of which more later. 21. Dream. A large transparent sphere containing many little spheres. A green plant is growing out of the top. The sphere is a whole that embraces all its contents. Life which has been brought to a standstill by useless struggle becomes possible again. In Kundalini Yoga, the green womb is the name of Ishvara Shiva, emerging from his latent condition. 75. The image of the Tirmurti picture. The triangle symbolizes the tendency of the universe to converge towards the point of unity. The tortoise represents the Vishnu, the lotus growing out of the skull between the two flames, Shiva. The shining sun of Brahma forms the background. The whole picture corresponds to the alchemical opus, the tortoise symbolizing the massa confusa, the skull the vase of transformation, and the flower or self of wholeness, after an Indian painting. 22. Dream. The dreamer is in an American hotel. He goes up in the lift to about the third or fourth floor. He has to wait there with a lot of other people. A friend, an actual person, is also there and says that the dreamer should not have kept the dark unknown woman waiting so long below, since he has put her in the dreamer's charge. The friend now gives him an unsealed note for the dark woman, on which is written, "Salvation does not come from refusing to take part or from running away, nor does it come from just drifting. Salvation comes from complete surrender, with one's eyes always turned towards the center." On the margin of the note there is a drawing, a wheel or wreath with 8 spokes. Then a lift boy appears and says that the dreamer's room is on the 8th floor. He goes up in the lift, this time to the 7th or 8th floor. An unknown red-haired man standing there greets him in a friendly way. Then the scene changes. There is said to be a revolution in Switzerland. The military party is making propaganda for completely throttling the left. The objection that the left is weak enough anyway is met by the answer that this is just why it ought to be throttled completely. Soldiers in old-fashioned uniforms now appear, who all resemble the red-haired man. They load their guns with ramrods, stand in a circle, and prepare to shoot at the center. But in the end they do not shoot and seem to march away. The dreamer wakes up in terror. The tendency to re-establish a state of wholeness, already indicated in the foregoing dream, once more comes up against a consciousness with a totally different orientation. It is therefore appropriate that the dreamer should have an American background. The lift is going up, as is right and proper when something is coming up from the subconscious. What is coming up is the unconscious content, namely the mandala characterized by the number 4. Therefore the lift should rise to the 4th floor, but as the 4th function is taboo, it only rises to about the 3rd or 4th. This happens not to the dreamer alone, but to many others as well, who must all wait like him until the 4th function can be accepted. A good friend then calls his attention to the fact that he should not have kept the dark woman, i.e. the anima, who stands for the tabooed function, waiting below, i.e. in the unconscious, which was just the reason why the dreamer himself had to wait upstairs with the others. It is, in fact, not merely an individual, but a collective problem, for the animation of the unconscious, which has become so noticeable in recent times, has, as Schiller foresaw, raised questions which the 19th century never even dreamed of. Nietzsche, in his Zarathustra, decided to reject the snake and the ugliest man, thus exposing himself to a heroic cramp of consciousness which led, logically enough, to the collapse foretold in the same book. The advice given in the note is as profound as it is to the point, so that there is really nothing to add. After it has been more or less accepted by the dreamer, the ascent can be resumed. We must take it that the problem of the 4th function was accepted, at least broadly, for the dreamer now reaches the 7th or 8th floor, which means the 4th function is no longer represented by a quarter, but by an 8th, and is apparently reduced by half. Curiously enough, this hesitation before the last step to the wholeness seems to play a part in Faust too, where, in the Kabiri scene, resplendent mermaids come from over the water, the Nereids and Tritons. Bear we, on the waters riding, that which brings you all glad tiding. In Chilon's giant shield gleams a form severe revealed. These are gods that we are bringing. Hail them, you high anthem singing, the sirens. Little in length, mighty in strength, time-honored gods of shipwrecks and floods, Nereids and Tritons. Great Kabiri do we bear, that our feast be friendly fare. Where their sacred powers preside, Neptune's rage is pacified. A form severe is brought by mermaids, feminine figures, who represent, as it were, the sea and the waves of unconscious. The word severe reminds us of severe architectural or geometric forms which illustrate a definite idea without any romantic or feeling-toned trimmings. It gleams from the shell of the tortoise, which, primitive and cold-blooded like the snake, symbolizes the instinctual side of the unconscious. The image is somehow identical with the unseen creative dwarf gods, hooded and cloaked mannequins who are kept hidden in the dark, Sista, but who also appear on the seashore as little figures about a foot high, where, as kinsmen of the unconscious, they protect navigation, i.e., venture into darkness and uncertainty. In the form of dactyls, they are also the gods of invention, small and apparently insignificant, like the impulses of the unconscious, but endowed with some mighty powers. El Gabir is the great and mighty one. Nereids and Tritons. 3 have followed where we led, but the 4th refused to call. He, the rightful seer, he said, his to think for one and all. Sirens. A god may count it sport to set a god at naught. Honor the grace they bring, and fear their threatening. It is characteristic of Goethe's feeling-tone nature that the 4th shall be the thinker. If the supreme principle is feeling is all, then thinking has to play an unfavorable role and be submerged. Faust I portrays this development. Since Goethe acted as his own model, thinking became the 4th taboo function. Because of its containment with the unconscious, it takes on the grotesque form of Kabiri, for the Kabiri, as dwarves, are cathartic gods and misshapen accordingly. I call them pot-bellied freaks of common clay. Thus they stand in grotesque contrast to the heavenly gods and poke fun at them, the ape of God. The Nereids and Tritons sing, 7 there should really be, sirens. Where, then, stay the other 3, Nereids and Tritons? That we know not. You had best on Olympus make your quest. There an 8th may yet be sought, though none other gave him thought. Well inclined to us in grace, not at all perfect yet their race. Beings there beyond compare, yearning, unexplainable, press their hunger's pang to share in the unattainable. We learn that there are really 7 of them, but again, there is some difficulty with the 8th, as there was before with the 4th. Similarly, in contradiction to the previous emphasis placed on their lowly origin in the dark, it now appears that the Kabiri are actually to be found on Olympus, for they are eternally striving from the depths to the heights, and are therefore always to be found below and above. This severe image is obviously an unconscious content that struggles towards the light. It seeks, and itself is, what I have elsewhere called the treasure hard to attain. This hypothesis is immediately confirmed. Sirens. Fame is dimmed of ancient time, honor droops in men of old. Though they have the fleece of gold, ye have the Kabiri. The golden fleece is the coveted goal of the argosy, the perilous quest that is one of the numerous synonyms for attaining the unattainable. Thales makes this wise remark about it. That is indeed what men most seek on earth. 'Tis rust alone that gives the coin its worth. The unconscious is always the fly in the ointment, the skeleton in the cupboard of the perfection, the painful lie given to all idealistic pronouncements, the earthliness that clings to our human nature, and sadly clouds the crystal clarity we long for. In the alchemical view, rust, like verdigris, is the metal's sickness, but at the same time this leprosy is the vera prima materia, the basis for the preparation of the philosophical gold. The Rosarium says, Our gold is not the common gold, but thou hast inquired concerning the greenness, viriditas, presumably verdigris, deeming the bronze to be the leprous body on account of the greenish it hath upon it. Therefore I say unto thee that whatever is perfect in the bronze is that greenness only, because that greenness is straightway changed by our magistry into our most true gold. The paradoxical remark of Thales that the rust alone gives the coin its true value is a kind of alchemical quip, which at bottom only says that there is no light without shadow, and no psychic wholeness without imperfection. To round itself out, the light calls not for perfectionism, but for completeness, and for this the thorn of in the flesh is needed, the suffering of defects without which there is no progress and no ascent. The problem of 3 and 4, 7 and 8, which Goethe tackled here with the great puzzle to alchemy, and goes back historically to the texts ascribed to the Christianos. In the treatise on the production of the mythical water, it is said, Therefore the Hebrew prophetess cried without restraint, "One becomes two, two becomes three, and out of three comes the one as the fourth." In the alchemical literature, this prophetess is taken to be Maria Prophetessa, also known as Jewess, the sister of Moses, or Copt, and it is not unlikely that she is connected with the Maria of Gnostic tradition. Epiphanius testifies to the existence of writing by this Maria, namely the Interrogatorines Magnae and the Interrogatorines Parvae, said to describe a vision of how Christ, on the mountain, caused a woman to come forth from his side, and how he mingled himself with her. It is probably no accident that the treatise on Maria deals with the theme of matrimonium alchemicum in a dialogue with the philosopher of Eros, from which comes the saying, often repeated later, "Marry gum with gum in true marriage." Originally it was gum arabic, and it is used here as a secret name for the transforming substance on account of its adhesive quality. Thus Kurath declares that the red gum is the resin of the wise, a synonym for the transforming substance. This substance, as the life force vis animans, is likened by another commenter to the glue of the world, glutinum mundi, which is the medium between mind and body and the union of both. The old treatise Concilium Conigui explains that the philosophical man consists of the four natures of the stone. Of these three are earthly or in the earth, but the fourth nature is the water of the stone, namely the viscous gold, which is called red gum, and with which the three earthly natures are tinted. We learn here that gum is the critical fourth nature, i.e. its duplex, masculine and feminine. At the same time, the one and only aqua mercurialis. So the union of the two is a kind of self-fertilization, a characteristic always ascribed to the mercurial dragon. From these hints it can easily be seen who the philosophical man is. He is the androgynous original man, or anthropos of Gnosticism, whose parallel in India is Purushna. Of him, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, "He was as large as a man and a woman embracing. He divided his self into two, Atman, and thence arose husband and wife. He united himself with her, and men were born," etc. The common origin of these ideas lies in the primitive notion of the bisexual origin of man. The fourth nature, to return to the text of Concilium Connugi, leads straight to the anthropos idea that stands for man's wholeness, that is, the conception of a unitary being who existed before man at the same time represents man's goal. The one joins the three as the four and thus produces the synthesis of the four in unity. We seem to be dealing with much the same thing in the case of 7 and 8, though this motif occurs much less frequently in the literature. It is, however, to be found in Paracelsus's Ein Ader Erkrung der ganzen Astronomie, to which Goethe had access. 1 is powerful, 6 are subjects, and 8 is also powerful, and somewhat more so than the first. 1 is the king, the 6 are his servant, and his son. So here we have King Saul and the 6 planets, or metallic homunculi, as depicted in the Pretiosa Margarita novella of Petrus Bonus, Licinius edition 1546. As a matter of fact, the 8th does not appear in this text. Paracelsus seems to have invented it himself. But since the 8th is even more powerful even than the first, the crown is presumably bestowed upon him. In Faust 2, the 8th who dwells on Olympus is a direct reference to the Paracelsian text insofar as it describes the astrology of Olympus, that is to say, the structure of the corpus astrale. Returning now to our dream, we find at this critical point the 7th or 8th floor, the red-haired man, a synonym for the man with a pointed beard, and hence for the shrewd Mephisto who magically changes the scene because he is concerned with something that Faust himself never saw, the severe image, symbolizing the supreme treasure, the immortal self. He changes himself into the soldiers, representing the uniformity of collective opinion, which is naturally dead against tolerating anything unsuitable. For collective opinion, the numbers 3 and 7 are, on the highest authority, sacred, but 4 and 8 are the very devil, something inferior, common clay. That is, in the stern judgment of boneses of every hue, and has no right to exist. The left is to be completely throttled, meaning the unconscious and all the sinister things that come from it. An antiquated view, no doubt, and one must use antiquated methods. But even muzzle loaders can hit the mark. For unknown reasons, i.e. not stated in the dream, the destructive attack on the center, to which, according to the advice in the note, one's eyes must always be turned, peters out. In the drawing on the margin of the note, the center is portrayed as a wheel with 8 spokes. 23. Dream. In the square space, the dreamer is sitting opposite the unknown woman, whose portrait he is supposed to be drawing. What he draws, however, is not a face, but 3-leaved clovers, or distorted crosses in 4 different colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. In connection with this dream, the dreamer spontaneously drew a circle with quarters tinted in the above colors. It was a wheel with 8 spokes. In the middle there was a 4-petaled blue clover. A great many drawings now followed at short intervals, all dealing with the curious structure of the center, and arising from the dreamer's need to discover a configuration that adequately expresses the nature of the center. The drawings were based partly on visual impressions, partly on intuitive perceptions, and partly on dreams. It is to be noted that the wheel is a favorite symbol in alchemy for the circulating process, the circulatio. But this is meant, firstly, the ascensus and the descensus, for instance, the ascending and descending birds symbolizing the precipitation of vapors, and secondly, the rotation of the universe as a model for the work, and hence the cycling of the year in which the work takes place. The alchemist was not unaware of the connection between the rotatio and his drawing circles. The contemporary moral allegories of the wheel emphasize that the ascensus and the descensus are, among other things, God's descent to man and man's ascent to God, on the authority of one of St. Bernard Simmons. By his descent he establishes for us a joyful and wholesome ascent. Further, the wheel expresses virtues that are important for the work: constantiam, obedientia, moderatio, aequalitas, and humilitas. The mystical associations of the wheel play no small part in Jacobomi. Like the alchemist, he too operates with the wheel of Ezekiel, saying, "Thus we see that the spiritual life stands turned in upon itself, and that the natural life stands turned out of and facing itself. We can then liken it to a round spherical wheel that goes on all of its sides, as the wheel in Ezekiel shows." He goes on to explain, "The wheel of nature turns in upon itself from without, for God dwells within himself and has such a figure. Not that it can be painted, it being only a natural likeness, the same as when God paints himself in the figure of this world. For God is everywhere center, and so dwells in himself. Mark, the outer wheel is the zodiac of the stars, and after it comes the 7 planets, etc. Albeit this figure is not a fashion sufficiently, it is nevertheless a meditation, and we could make a fine drawing of it on a great circle for the meditation of those of less understanding. Mark, therefore, desire goes in upon itself to the heart, which is God, etc. But Bomi's wheel is also the impression, in alchemical terms, the informatio, of the eternal world. It is Mother Nature, or the mind, Germuth, of the Mother, from whence she continually creates and works. And there are the stars with the planetary orb, after the model of the eternal astrum, which is only a spirit, and the eternal mind in the wisdom of God, the eternal nature, from whence eternal spirits proceeded and entered into a creaturely being. The property of the wheel is life in the form of 4 bailiffs, who manage the dominion in the life-giving mother. These bailiffs are the 4 elements to which the wheel of the mind, viz. The astrum, affords will and desire, so that this whole essence is but one thing only, like the mind of a man. Even as he is in body and soul, so also in this whole essence. He is created in the likeness of his whole essence. But nature, in her 4 elements, is also a whole essence with a soul. This solfarium wheel is the origin of good and evil, or rather it leads to them and out of them. Boehme's mysticism is influenced by alchemy in the highest degree. Thus he says, the form of the birth is as a turning wheel, which Mercurius causes in the sulphur. The birth is the golden child, filius philosophorum, equals archetype of the divine child, whose master worker is Mercurius. Mercurius himself is the fiery wheel of the essence, in the form of a serpent. Similarly, the unenlightened soul is just such a fiery Mercurius. Vulcan kindles the fiery wheel of the essence in the soul when it breaks off from God, whence comes desire and sin, which are the wrath of God. The soul is then a worm, like the fiery serpent, a larva, and a monster. The interpretation of the wheel and Boehm reveals something of the mystical secret of alchemy, and is thus of considerable importance in this respect, as well as from a psychological point of view. The wheel appears here as a concept for wholeness, which represents the essence of mandala symbolism, and therefore includes the mysterium inequalities. The idea of the center, which the unconscious has been repeatedly thrusting upon the conscious mind of the dreamer, is beginning to gain foothold here, and to exercise a peculiar fascination. The next drawing is again of the blue flower, but this time subdivided into 8, and then follows the picture of 4 mountains round a lake in a crater, also of a red ring lying on the ground, with a withered tree standing in it, round which a green snake creeps up from a leftward movement. The layman may be rather puzzled by a serious attention devoted to this problem, but a little knowledge of yoga and of the medieval philosophy of the lapis would help her to understand. As we have already said, the squaring of the circle was one of the methods for producing the lapis. Another was the use of the imaginatio, and the following text, unmistakably proves. And take care that thy door be well and firmly closed, so that he who is within cannot escape, and, God willing, thou wilt reach the goal. Nature performeth her operations gradually, and indeed I would have thee do the same. Let thy imagination be guided wholly by nature, and observe accordingly to nature, through whom the substances regenerate themselves in the bowel of the earth. And imagine this with true, and not with fantastic imagination. The vas bene causam, well-sealed vessel, is a precautionary measure very frequently mentioned in alchemy, and is thus equivalent of the magic circle. In both cases, the idea is to protect what is within from the intrusion and admixture of what is without, as well as to prevent it from escaping. The imaginatio is to be understood here as the real and literal power to create images. Einbildungskraft equals imagination. The classical use of the word in contrast to fantasia, which means the mere conceit, in the sense of insubstantial thought. In the Sakrikon, this connotation is more pointed still. Fantasia means something ridiculous. Imaginatio is the active evocation of inner images, secundum naturam, an authentic feat of thought or ideation, which does not spin aimless and groundless fantasies into the blue, does not, that is to say, just play with its objects, but tries to grasp the inner facts and portray them in images as true to their nature. This activity is an opus, a work, and we cannot call the manner in which the dreamer handles the object of his inner experience anything but true work, considering how conscientiously, accurately, and carefully he records and elaborates the content now pushing its way into consciousness. The resemblance to the opus is obvious enough to anyone familiar with alchemy. Moreover, the analogy is borne out by the dreams themselves, as Dream 24 will show. The present dream, from which the above-mentioned drawing originated, this is the drawing you see now, shows no sign of the left having been in any way throttled. On the contrary, the dreamer finds himself once more in the Timinos, facing the unknown woman who personified the fourth or inferior function. His drawing of the wheel with the four-petaled blue flower in the middle was anticipated by the dream. What the dream represented in personified form, the dreamer reproduces as an abstract ideogram. This might well be a hint that the meaning of the personification could also be represented in quite another form. This other form, three-leaved clover, distorted cross, refers back to the Ace of Clubs in Dream 16 of the first series, where we pointed out its analogy with the irregular cross. The analogy is confirmed here. In this dream, however, the symbol of the Christian Trinity has been overshadowed or colored by the alchemical quaternity. The colors appear as a concretization of the tetractys. The Rosarium quotes a similar statement from the Tractatus Aureus: Vultur clamat voci magna inquens ego sum albus niger et urubius sit erinius. The vulture exclaims in a loud voice, I am black, white, and the red and yellow. On the other hand, it is stressed that the lapis unites omnis colores in itself. Thus, we can take it that the quaternity represented by the colors is a kind of preliminary stage of the lapis. This is confirmed by the Rosarium. Our stone is from the four elements. The same applies to the Aurum Philosophicum. In the gold, the four elements are contained in equal proportions. The fact is that the four colors in the dream represent the transition from trinity to quaternity, and thus to the squared circle, which, according to the alchemists, comes nearest to the lapis on account of its roundness or perfect symmetry. For this reason, a recipe for the preparation of the lapis attributed to Raymundus says, Take of the body that which is most simple and round, and do not take of the triangle or quadrangle, but of the round, for the round is nearer to simplicity than the triangle. Hence, it is to be noted that a simple body has no corners, for it is the first and last among the planets, like the sun among the stars. 24. Dream. Two people are talking about crystals, particularly about a diamond. Here one can hardly avoid thinking of the lapis. In fact, this dream discloses the historical background that indicates that we really are dealing with the coveted lapis, the treasure hard to attain. The dreamer's opus amounts to an unconscious recapitulation of the efforts of Hermetic philosophy. More about the diamond in Dreams 37, 39, and 50 following. 25. Dream. It is a question of constructing a central point and making the figure symmetrical by reflection at this point. The word constructing points to the synthetic character of the opus and also to the laborious building process that taxes the dreamer's energy. The symmetry is an answer to the conflict in Dream 22, completely throttled to the left. Each side must perfectly balance the other as its mirror image, and this image is to fall at the center point, which evidently possesses the property of reflection. It is a virtum, a crystal or sheet of water. This power of reflection seems to be another allusion to the underlying idea of the lapis, the aurum philosophicum, the elixir, the aqua nostra, etc. Just as the right denotes the world of consciousness and its principles, so by reflection the picture of the world is to be turned round to the left. thus producing our corresponding world in reverse. We could equally well say, through reflection the right appears as the reverse of the left. Therefore the left seems to have much validity to the right. In other words, the unconscious and its, for the most part unintelligible, order becomes the symmetrical counterpart of the conscious mind and its contents, although it is still not clear which of them is reflected and which is reflecting. To carry our reasoning a step further, we could regard the center as at the point of intersection of the two worlds that correspond but are inverted by reflection. The idea of creating a symmetry would thus indicate some kind of climax in the task of accepting the unconscious and incorporating it in a general picture of the world. The unconscious here displays a cosmic character. 26. Dream. It is night, stars in the sky. A voice says, "Now it will begin." The dreamer asks, "What will begin?" Whereupon the voice answers, "The circulation can begin." Then a shooting star falls in a curious leftward curve. The scene changes, and the dreamer is in a rather squalid nightclub. The proprietor, who appears to be an unscrupulous crook, is there with some bedraggled-looking girls. A quarrel starts about left and right. The dreamer then leaves and drives around the perimeter of a square in a taxi. Then he's in the bar again. The proprietor says, "What they said about left and right did not satisfy my feelings. Is there really such a thing as left and right, a left and right side of human society?" The dreamer answers, "The existence of the left does not contradict that of the right. They both exist in everyone. The left is the mirror image of the right. Whenever I feel it like that, as a mirror image, I am at one with myself. There is no right and no left side to human society, but there are symmetrical and lopsided people. The lopsided are those who can fulfill only one side of themselves, either left or right. They are still in a childhood state." The proprietor says meditatively, "Oh, now that's much better," and goes about his business. I have given to this dream its fill because it is an excellent illustration of how the ideas hinted at in the last dream have been taken up by the dreamer. The idea of symmetrical proportion is being stripped of its cosmic character and translated into psychological terms expressed in social symbols. Right and left are used almost like political slogans. The beginning of the dream, however, is still under cosmic aspect. The dreamer noted that the curious curve of the shooting star corresponded exactly to the line he drew when sketching the picture of the eightfold flower. The curve formed the edges of the petals. Thus the shooting star traces the outline, so to speak, of a flower that spread over the whole starry heaven. What is now beginning is the circulation of the light. This cosmic flower corresponds roughly to the rose in Dante's Paradiso. The cosmic nature of an experience, as an aspect of some inner occurrence, can only be understood philosophically. It's offensive and at once provokes a reaction from below. And the image is Dante being led before God to the heavenly rose. Evidently, the cosmic aspect was too high, and it compensated downward so that the symmetry is no longer that of two whole world pictures, but merely of human society. In fact, of the dreamer himself. When the proprietor remarks about that the latter's psychological understanding is much better, he is making an estimate whose conclusion should run, but still not good enough. The quarrel about right and left that starts in the bar is the conflict which breaks out in the dreamer himself when he is called upon to recognize the symmetry. He cannot do this because the other side looks so suspicious that he would rather not investigate too closely. That is the reason for the magical circumambulatio in driving around the square. He has to stay inside and learn to face his mirror image without running away. He does this as best he can, though not quite as the other side would wish, hence the somewhat chill recognition of his merits. 27. Visual impression. A circle with a green tree in the middle. In the circle, a fierce battle is raging between savages. They do not see the tree. Evidently, the conflict between right and left has not yet ended. It continues because the savages are still in the childhood state, and therefore being lopsided. Only no either left or right, but not a third that stands above the conflict. 28. Visual impression. A circle within it steps up to a basin with a fountain inside. When a condition is unsatisfactory because some essential aspect of the unconscious content is lacking, the unconscious process reverts to earlier symbols, as in the case here. The symbolism goes back to Dream 13, where we met the mandala garden of the philosophers with its fountain of aqua nostra. Circle and basin emphasize the mandala and the rose of medieval symbolism. The rose garden of the philosophers is one of alchemy's favorite symbols. And the image is the fountain of the walled garden, symbolizing constanza and aversis, a situation particularly characteristic of alchemy. 29. Visual impressions. A bunch of roses, then the sign, one line going down, 4 across it at a slight angle. But it should be, and here we make the spokes of a wheel with 4 different lines. A rose bouquet is like a fountain fanning out. The meaning of the first sign, possibly a tree, is not clear, whereas the correction represents the eightfold flower. Evidently, a mistake is being corrected which somehow impaired the wholeness of the rose. The aim of the reconstruction is to bring the problem of mandala, the correct valuation and interpretation of the center, once more into the field of consciousness. "30. Dream. Dreamer is sitting at a round table with a dark unknown woman. Whenever a process has reached a culmination as regards either its clarity or the wealth of inferences that can be drawn from it, a regression is likely to ensue. From the dreams that come in between the ones we have quoted here, it is evident that the dreamer is finding the insistent demands of wholeness somewhat disagreeable, for their realization will have far-reaching practical consequences, whose personal nature, however, lies outside the scope of our study. The round table again points to the circle of wholeness, and the anima comes in as representative of the fourth function, especially in her dark aspect, which always makes itself felt when something is becoming concrete, i.e., when it has to be translated, and threatens to translate itself into reality, dark. Means cathronic, i.e., concrete and earthly. This is also the source of the fear that causes the regression. 31. Dream. The dreamer is sitting with a certain man of unpleasant aspect at a round table. On it stands a glass filled with gelatinous mass. The dream is an advance on the last in that the dreamer has accepted the dark as his own darkness to the extent of producing a real shadow belonging to him personally. The anima is thus relieved of the moral inferiority projected upon her and can take up the living and creative function which is properly her own. This is represented by the glass with its peculiar contents which we, like the dreamer, may compare with the undifferentiated life mass in Dream 18. It was then a question of the gradual transformation of primitive abnormality into something human. So we may expect something of this sort here, for it seems as if the spiral of inner development has come round to the same point again, though higher up. The glass corresponds to the unum vase of alchemy, and its contents to the living semi-organic mixture from which the body of the lapis, endowed with spirit and life, will emerge, or possibly that strange Faustian figure who bursts into flame 3 times, the boy charioteer, the homunculus who is dashed against the throne of Galatea, and Euphorium, all symbolizing a dissolution of the center into its unconscious elements. We know that the lapis is not just a stone, since it is expressly stated to be composed di animali, vegetali, et minerali, and consists of body, soul, and spirit. Moreover, it grows from flesh and blood, for which reason the philosopher Hermes in the Tabula Smaragdina says, "The wind hath carried it in his belly." Therefore, wind is air, air is life, and life is soul. The stone is that thing midway between perfect and imperfect bodies, and that which nature herself is brought to perfection through the art. The stone is named the stone of invisibility. lapis invisibilitatis. The dream takes up the question of giving the center of life and reality, giving birth to it, so to speak. This birth can issue from an amorphous mass, has its parallel in the alchemical idea of the prima materia as a chaotic massa informis impregnated by the seeds of life. As we have seen, the qualities of gum arabic and glue are attributed to it, and again, it is called viscosa and unctosa, in Paraclesus the nostoc, in the arcane substance. Although modern conceptions of nutrient soil, jelly-like growths, etc., underlie the dreamer's gelatinous mass, the atavistic associations which with far from older alchemical ideals still persist, and these, although not consciously present, nevertheless exert a powerful unconscious influence on the choice of symbols. 32. Dream. The dreamer receives a letter from an unknown woman. She writes that she has pains in the uterus. A drawing is attached to the letter, looking roughly like this: a spiral with the center, and then a squiggly line with an arrow pointing to the spiral center that says Virgin Forest, and the very center of the spiral is the uterus. In the primeval forest, there are swarms of monkeys. And then a panorama of white glaciers opens out. The animal reports that there are painful processes going on in the life-creating center, which is, in the case, no longer the glass containing the life mass, but a point designated as a uterus to be reached, as the spiral suggests, by a means of circumambulatio. At all events, the spiral emphasizes the center and hence the uterus, which is a synonym frequently employed for the alchemical vessel, just as it is one of the basic meanings in the Eastern mandala. The serpentine line leading to the vessel is analogous to the healing serpent of Asclepius, and also the tantric symbol of the Shiva Bidhu, the creative latent god without expansion in space, who, in the form of a point or lingam, is encircled 3.5 times by the Kundalini serpent. With the primeval forest, we meet the animal or ape motif again, which appears before in Vision 22 of the first series and in Dream 16 and 18 of this part. In Vision 22, it led to the announcement that everything must be ruled by the light, and in Dream 18 to the transfigured head. Similarly, the present dream ends with a panoramic of white glaciers, reminding the dreamer of an earlier dream, not included here, in which he beheld the Milky Way and was having a conversation about immortality. Thus, the glacier symbol is a bridge leading back again to the cosmic aspect that caused the regression. But, as is nearly always the case, the earlier content does not return in its first simple guise. It brings a new complication with it, which, though it might have been expected logically, is no less repugnant to the intellectual consciousness than the cosmic aspect was. The complication is the memory of the conversation about immortality. This theme was already hinted at in Dream 9, with its pendulum clock, a perpetuum mobile. Immortality is a clock that never runs down, a mandala that revolves eternally like the heavens. Thus the cosmic aspect returns with interest and compound interest. This might easily prove too much for the dreamer, for the scientific stomach has very limited powers of digestion. The unconscious does not indeed put forth a bewildering profusion of the unconscious does indeed put forth a bewildering profusion of semblances for that obscure thing we call the mandala or self. It almost seems as if we were ready to go on dreaming in the unconscious, the age-old dream of alchemy, and to continue to pile new synonyms on top of the old, only to know as much or little about it in the end as the ancients themselves. I will not enlarge upon the lapis meaning to our forefathers, and what the mandala still means to the Lamist and Tantric, Aztec, and Pueblo Indian, and the golden pill to the Taoists, and the golden seed to the Hindi. We know the texts that give us a vivid idea of all of this. But what does it mean when the unconscious stubbornly persists in presenting such abstruse symbols to a cultured European? The only point of view I can apply here is a psychological one. There may be others with which I am not familiar. From this point of view, as it seems to me, everything that can be grouped together under the general concept mandala expresses the essence of a certain kind of attitude. The known attitudes of the conscious mind have definable aims and purposes, but a man's attitudes towards the self is the only one that has no definite aim and no visible purpose. It is easy enough to say self, but exactly what have we said? That remains shrouded in metaphysical darkness. I may define self as a totality of the conscious and unconscious psyche, but this totality transcends our vision. It is a veritable lapis invisibilitalis. Insofar as the unconscious exists, it is not definable. Its existence is a mere postulate, and nothing whatever can be predicated to its possible contents. The totality can only be experienced in its parts, and then only in so far as these are contents of consciousness. But qua totality necessarily transcends consciousness. Consequently, the self is a pure borderline concept similar to Kant's Ding an sich, true. It is a concept that grows steadily clearer with experience, as our dreams show, without, however, losing anything of its transcendence. Since we cannot possibly know the boundaries of something unknown to us, it follows that we are not in a position to set any bounds to the self. It would be widely arbitrary and therefore unscientific to restrict the self to the limits of the individual psyche, quite apart from the fundamental fact that we have not the least knowledge of these limits, seeing that they also lie in the unconscious. We may be able to indicate the limits of consciousness, but the unconscious is simply the unknown psyche, and for that very reason illimitable, because indeterminable. Such being the case, we should not be in the least surprised if the empirical manifestations of unconscious contents bear all the marks of something illimitable, something not determined by space and time. This quality of numinous, and therefore alarming, above all, this quality is numinous and therefore alarming, above all, to a cautious mind that knows the value of precisely delimiting concepts. One is glad not to be a philosopher or theologian, and so under no obligation to meet such noumena professionally. It is all the worse when it becomes increasingly clear that noumena are psychic entia that force themselves upon consciousness, since night after night our dreams practice philosophy on their own account. What is more, when we attempt to give these noumena the slip and angrily reject the alchemical gold which the unconscious offers, things do in fact go badly with us, and we may even develop symptoms in defiance of all reason. But the moment we face up to the stumbling block and make it, if only hypothetically, the counterstone, the symptoms vanish, and we feel unaccountably well. In this dilemma, we can at least comfort ourselves with the reflection that the unconscious is a necessary evil, which must be reckoned with, and that it would therefore be wiser to accompany it on some of its strange symbolic wanderings, even though their meaning be exceedingly questionable. It might perhaps be conducive to good health to relearn Nietzsche's lessons of earlier humanity. The only objection I could make to such a rationalistic explanation is that very often they do not stand the test of events. We can observe in these and similar cases how, over the years, the entelechy of the self becomes so insistent that consciousness has to rise to still greater feats as if to keep pace with the unconscious. All that can be ascertained at present about the symbolism of the mandala is that it portrays an autonomous psychic fact, characterized by a phenomenology which is always repeating itself and is everywhere the same. It seems to be a sort of autonomic nucleus about those innermost structures and ultimate meanings we know nothing about. We can also regard it as the actual, i.e., effective, reflection of a conscious attitude that can state neither its aim nor its purpose, and, because of this failure, project its activity entirely upon the virtual center of the mandala. The compelling force necessary for this projection always lies in some situation where the individual no longer knows how to help himself in any other way. That the mandala is merely a psychological reflex is, however, contradicted firstly by the autonomous nature of the symbol, which sometimes manifests itself with overwhelming spontaneity in dreams and visions, and secondly, by the autonomous nature of the unconscious as such, which is not only the original form of everything psychic, but also the condition we pass through in early childhood, and to which we return every night. There is no evidence from the assertion that the activity of the psyche is merely reflective or reflex. This is at best a biological working hypothesis of limited validity. When raised to a universal truth, it is nothing but a materialistic myth, for it overlooks the creative capacity of the psyche which, whether we like it or not, exists, and in the face of which all so-called causes become mere occasions. 33. Dream. A battle among savages in which bestial cruelties are perpetuated. As was to be foreseen, the new complication, immortality, has started a furious conflict which makes use of the same symbols as the analogous situation in Dream 27. 34. Dream. A conversation with a friend. The dreamer says, I must carry on with the figure of the bleeding Christ before me and persevere in the work of self-redemption. This, like the previous dream, points to an extraordinary subtle kind of suffering, caused by the breaking through of an alien spiritual world, which we find very hard to accept. Hence the analogy with the tragedy of Christ. My kingdom is not of this world. But it also shows that the dreamer is now continuing his task in deadly earnest. The reference to Christ may well have a deeper meaning than that of a mere mortal reminder. We are concerned here with a process of individuation, a process which is constantly being held up to Western man in the dogmatic and religious model of the life of Christ. The accent has always fallen on the historicity of the Saviour's life, and because of this its symbolical nature has remained in the dark, although the Incarnation formed a very essential part of the symbolum or creed. The efficacy of dogma, however, by no means rests on Christ's unique historical reality, but on its own symbolic nature, by virtue of which it expresses a more or less ubiquitous psychological assumption quite independent of the existence of any dogma. There is thus a pre-Christian as well as non-Christian Christ insofar as he is an autonomous psychological fact. At any rate, the doctrine of preconfiguration is founded on this idea. In the case of the modern man, who has no religious assumptions at all, it is therefore only logical that the anthropos or poimen figure should emerge, since it is present in his own psyche. 35. Dream. An actor smashes his hat against the wall, whereupon it looks like this. And here the 8 spoke or flower with a big round center. As certain material not included here shows, the actor refers to a definite fact in the dreamer's personal life. Up to now, he has maintained a certain fiction about himself, which prevented him from taking himself seriously. This fiction has become incompatible with the serious attitude he has now attained. He must give up the actor, for it was the actor in him who rejected the self. The hat refers to the first dream of all, where he put on a stranger's hat. The actor throws the hat against the wall, and the hat proves to be a mandala. So the strange hat was the self, which at the same time, while he was still playing a fictitious role, seemed like a stranger to him. 36. Dream. The dreamer drives in a taxi to the Rathhusplatz and is called the Marienhof. I mention this dream only in passing because it shows the feminine nature of the Trimenus, just as the Hortus Conclusus, enclosed garden, is often used as an image for the Virgin Mary in medieval hymns, and Rosa Mysteria is one of her attributes in the Litany of Lauretio. 37. Dream. There are curves outlined in light around a dark center. Then the dreamer is wandering about in a dark cave, where a battle is going on between good and evil, but there is also a prince who knows everything. He gives the dreamer a ring set with diamond, and places it on the 4th finger of his left hand. The circulation of light that started in Dream 26 reappears more clearly. Light always refers to consciousness, which at present runs only along in the periphery. The center is still dark. It is the dark cave, and to enter it is obviously to set the conflict going again. At the same time, it is like the prince who stands aloof, who knows everything and is the possessor of the precious stone. The gift means nothing less than the dreamer's vow to the self, for as a ruler the wedding ring is worn on the fourth finger of the left hand. True, the left is the unconscious, from which it is to be inferred that the situation is still largely shrouded in unconsciousness. The prince seems to be representative of the enigma regis, commentary to Dream 10. The dark cave corresponds to the vessel, containing the warring opposites. The self is made manifest in the opposites and in the conflict between them, in the coincidentia oppositorium. Hence the way to the self begins with conflict. 38. Dream. A circular table with 4 chairs around it. Table and chairs are empty. The dream confirms the above conjecture. The mandala is not yet in use. 39. Visual impression. The dreamer is falling into the abyss. At the bottom there is a bear whose eyes gleam alternatively in 4 colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. Actually, it has 4 eyes that change into 4 lights. The bear disappears, and the dreamer goes through a long dark tunnel. Light is shimmering at the far end. A treasure is there, and on top of it, the ring with the diamond. It is said that this ring will lead him on a long journey to the east. This waking dream shows that the dreamer is still preoccupied with the dark center. The bear stands for the calthronic element which might seize him, but then it becomes clear that the animal is only leading up to the 4 colors, Dream 23, which in their turn lead to the lapis, the diamond whose prism contains all the hues of the rainbow. The way to the east probably points to the unconscious as the antipode. According to the legend of the Grail stone comes from the east and must return there again. In alchemy, the bear corresponds to the nigrido of the prima materia, whence comes the colorful cauda pavonis. 40. Dream. Under the guidance of the unknown woman, the dreamer has to discover the pole at the risk of his life. The pole is the point round which everything turns, hence another symbol of the self. Alchemy also looks at this analogy. In the pole is the heart of Mercurius, who is the true fire, wherein his master rests. When navigating over the great sea, he sets his course by the aspect of the North Star. Mercurius is the world soul, and the pole is its heart. The idea of the anima mundi coincides with that of the collective unconscious, whose center is the self. The symbol of the sea is another synonym for the unconscious. 41. Visual impression. Yellow balls rolling around to the left in the circle. Rotation about center, recalling Dream 21. This was 41. 42. Dream. An old master points to a spot on the ground illuminated in red. The Philosophus shows him the center. The redness may mean dawn, like the rubido in alchemy, which, as a rule, immediately preceded the completion of the work. 43. Dream. A yellow light like the sun looms through the fog, but it is murky. 8 rays go out from the center. This is the point of penetration. The light ought to pierce through, but has not quite succeeded. The dreamer himself observed that the point of penetration was identical to the pole in Dream 40. So it is, we surmise, a question of the sun's appearing, which now turns yellow. But the light is still murky, which probably means insufficient understanding. The penetration alludes to the need for the effort in coming to a decision. The alchemy, yellow, citrinitas, often coincides with the rubido. The gold is yellow, a reddish gold. 44. Dream. The dreamer is in a square enclosure where he must keep still. It is a prison for Lilliputans. Children? A wicked woman is in charge of them. The children start moving and begin to circle around the periphery. The dreamer would like to run away but may not do so. One of the children turns into an animal and bites him on the calf. The lack of clarity demands further efforts of concentration. Hence the dreamer finds himself still in the childhood state, hence lopsided, and imprisoned in the timidnos in the charge of a wicked mother anima. The animal appears as in Dream 18, and he is bitten, i.e. he must expose himself and pay the price. The circumambulatio means, as always, concentration on the center. He finds this state of tension almost unendurable, but he wakes up with intense and pleasant feelings of having solved something, as if he held the diamond in his hand. The children point to the dwarf motif, which may express Kabiric elements, i.e., it may represent unconscious formative powers, see Dreams 56 below, or it may be, at the same time, allude to his childish condition. 45. Dream. A parade ground with troops. They are not equipping themselves for war, but form an 8-rayed star rotating to the left. The essential point here is that the conflict seems to be overcome. The star is not in the sky and not a diamond, but a configuration on Earth formed by human beings. 46. Dream. The dreamer is imprisoned in the square enclosure. Lions and a wicked sorceress appear. He cannot get out of the Cathronic prison because he is not yet ready to do something that he should. This is an important personal matter, a duty even, and the cause of much misgiving. Lions, like all wild animals, indicate latent affairs. The lion plays an important part in alchemy, and has much the same meaning. It is the fiery animal, an emblem of the devil, and stands for the danger of being swallowed by the unconscious. 47. Dream. The wise old man shows the dreamer a place on the ground marked in a peculiar way. This is probably the place on earth where the dreamer belongs if he is to realize the self, similar to Dream 42. 48. Dream. An acquaintance wins a prize for digging up a potter's wheel. The potter's wheel rotates on the ground of Dream 45 and produces earthenware, earthly vessels, which may figuratively be called human bodies. Being round, the wheel refers to the self and the creative activity in which it is manifest. The potter's wheel also symbolizes the recurrent theme of circulation. 49. Dream. A starry figure rotating. At the cardinal points of the circle there are pictures representing the seasons. Just as the place was defined before, so now the time. Place and time are the most general and necessary elements in any definition. The determination of time and place was stressed right at the beginning. Dream 7, 8, 9. A definite location in place and time is part of man's reality. The seasons refer to the quartering of the circle, which corresponds to the cycle of the year. The year is a symbol of the original man. The rotation motif indicates the symbol of the circle is to be thought of not as static, but as dynamic. 50. Dream. An unknown man gives the dreamer a precious stone, but he is attacked by a gang of Apaches. He runs away, it's a nightmare, and is unable to escape. The unknown woman tells him afterwards that it will not always be so. Sometimes he will have to stand his ground and not run away. When a definite time is added to a definite place, one is rapidly approaching reality. That is the reason for the gift of the jewel, but also for the fear of decision, which robs the dreamer of the power to make up his mind. 51. Dream. There is a feeling of great tension. Many people are circulating round a large central oblong with 4 smaller oblongs on its side. The circulation in the large oblong goes to the left, and in the smaller oblong to the right. In the middle there is an 8-rayed star. A bowl was placed in the center of each of the smaller oblongs, containing red, yellow, green, and colorless water. The water rotates to the left. The disquieting question arises, is there enough water? The colors point once more to the preliminary stage. The disquieting question is whether there is enough water of life, aqua nostra, energy, libido, to reach the central star, i.e. the core or kernel of the next dream. See the next dream. The circulation is in the central oblong is still going to the left, i.e. consciousness is moving towards the unconscious. The center there is therefore not yet sufficiently eliminated. The rightward circulation in the smaller oblong, which represents the quaternity, seems to suggest that the 4 functions are becoming conscious. The 4 are generally characterized by the 4 columns of the rainbow. The striking fact here is that the blue is missing, and also the square ground plan has suddenly become abandoned. The horizontal has extended itself at the cost of the vertical, so where we are dealing with a disturbed mandala. We might add by way of criticism that the antitheatrical arrangement of the functions has not yet become sufficiently conscious for the characteristic polarity to be recognized. The predominance of the horizon over the vertical indicates that the ego consciousness is uppermost, thus entailing a loss of height and depth. 52. Dream. a rectangular dance hall. Everybody is going round the periphery to the left. Suddenly, the order is heard, "To the Colonel's!" But the dreamer has first to go into the adjoining room to crack some nuts. Then the people climb down the rope ladders to the water. The time has come to pass on the kernel or core of the matter, but the dreamer still has a few more hard nuts to crack in the little rectangle, the adjoining room, i.e., in one of the four functions. Meanwhile, the process goes on and descends to the water. The vertical is thus lengthened, and from the incorrect oblong we again see the square, which expresses the complete symmetry of conscious and unconscious with all its psychological implications. 53. Dream. The dreamer finds himself in an empty square room, which is rotating. A voice cries, "Don't let him out! He won't pay the tax!" This refers to the dreamer's inadequate self-realization in the personal matter already alluded to, which in the case was one of the essential conditions of individuation, and therefore could not be circumvented. As was expected, after the preparatory emphasis on the vertical in the preceding dream, the square is now re-established. The cause for the disturbance was an underestimation of the demands of the unconscious, the vertical, which led to a flattening of the personality, a recumbent oblong. After this dream, the dreamer worked out 6 mandalas in which he tried to determine the right length of the vertical, the form of circulation, and the distribution of color. At the end of this work came the following dream, given unabridged. 54. Dream. I come to a strange solemn house, the house of gathering. Many candles are burning in the background, arranged in a peculiar pattern with 4 points running upward. Outside, at the door of the house, an old man is posted. People are going in. They say nothing and stand motionless in order to collect themselves inwardly. The man at the door says of the visitors to the house, "When they come out again, they are cleansed." I go into the house myself and find I can concentrate perfectly. Then a voice says, "What you are doing is dangerous. Religion is not a tax to be paid so that you can rid yourself of the woman's image, for this image cannot be got rid of. Woe unto them who use religion as a substitute for another side of the soul's life. They are in error and will be accused. Religion is no substitute. It is to be added to the other activities of the soul as the ultimate completion. Out of the fullness of life shall you bring forth your religion. Only then shall you be blessed." Whilst the last sentence is being spoken in ringing tones, I hear distant music, simple chords of an organ. Something about it reminds me of Wagner's fire music. As I leave the house, I see a burning mountain, and I feel the fire that is not put out. The fire that is not put out is a holy fire. Shaw, St. John. And with the image, the mountain of the adepts, the temple of the wise, house of the gatherers, or self-collection, lit by the sun and moon, stands on the 7 stages, surmounted by the phoenix. The temple is hidden in the mountain, a hint that the philosopher's stone lies buried in the earth and must be extracted and cleansed. The zodiac in the background symbolizes the duration of the opus, which the 4 elements indicate wholeness. In foreground, blindfolded men, and the investigator, who follows his natural instincts. The dreamer notes that this dream has a powerful experience. Indeed, it was a numinous quality, and we shall therefore not be far wrong if we assume that it represents a new climax of insight and understanding. The voice, as a rule, an absolute authoritative character, and generally comes at decisive moments. The house probably corresponds to the square, which is a gathering place. The 4 shining points in the background again indicate the quaternity. The remark about cleansing refers to the transformative function of the taboo area. The production of wholeness, which is prevented by the tax evasion, naturally requires the image of a woman, since as anima she represents the 4th inferior function, feminine because containment with the unconscious. Feminine because of contaminated with the unconscious. In what sense the tax is to be paid depends on the nature of the inferior function and its auxiliary, and also on the attitude type. The payment can be either concrete or symbolic, but the conscious mind is not qualified to decide which form is valid. The dream's view that religion may not be a substitute for another side of soul will certainly strike many people as a radical innovation. According to it, religion is equated with wholeness, and it even appears an expression of the integration of self in the fullness of life. The faint echo of the fire music, the low-key motif, is not out of key. For what does fullness of life mean? What does wholeness mean? I feel that there is every reason here for some anxiety, since man as a whole being casts a shadow. The fourth was not separated from the three and banished to the kingdom of everlasting fire for nothing. Does not an uncanonical saying of our Lord declare, "Whoever so is near unto me is near unto the fire"? Such dire ambiguities are not meant for grown-up children, which is why Heraclitus of old was named the Dark, because he spoke too plainly and called life itself an ever-living fire. And that is why there are certain uncanonical sayings for those that have ears to hear. The theme of the fire mountain is to be met with the book of Enoch. Enoch sees the seven stars chained like the great mountains and burning with fire at the angel's place of punishment. Originally, the seven stars were the seven great Babylonian gods, but at the time of Enoch's revelation they had become the seven archnons, rulers of this world, fallen angels condemned to punishment. In contrast to this menacing theme, there is an allusion to the miracles of Jehovah on Mount Sinai, while, according to the other sources, the number 7 is by no means sinister, since it is on the seventh mountain of the western land that the tree with the life-giving fruit is to be found, i.e., Arbor Sapientiae. 55. Dream. A silver bowl with 4 cracked nuts at the cardinal points. This dream shows that some of the problems in Dream 52 have been settled, though the settlement is not complete. The dreamer pictured the goal that now has been attained as a circle divided into 4, with the quadrants pointed in the 4 colors. The circulation is to the left. Though this satisfies the demands of symmetry, the polarity of the functions is still unrecognized, despite the last very illuminating dream, because in the painting, red, blue, green, and yellow are side by side instead of opposite one another. From this we must conclude that the realization is meeting with strong inner resistance, partly of a philosophical and partly of an ethical nature, the justification for which cannot lightly be set aside. That the dreamer has had an inadequate understanding of the polarity is shown by the fact that the nuts still have to be cracked in reality, and also that they are all alike, i.e., not yet differentiated. 56. Dream. 4 children are carrying a large dark rug. They move in a circle. The dark unknown woman appears and says she will come again, for it is the festival of the solstice. In this dream, the elements of Dream 44 come together again, the children and the dark woman, who was a wicked witch before. The solstice indicates the turning point. In alchemy, the work is completed in the autumn. Children, or dwarf gods, bring the ring, i.e., the symbol of wholeness, is still under the sway of childlike creative powers. Note that children also play a part in the opus alchemicum. A certain portion of the work is called ludus puerorum, save for the remark that the work is as easy as child's play. I have found no explanation for this. Seeing that the work is, in its unanimous testimony of all the adepts, exceedingly difficult, it must be euphemistic and probably also a symbolical definition. It would thus point to a cooperation on the part of the infantile or unconscious forces represented as kabiri and hobgoblins. 57. Visual impression. The dark ring with an egg in the middle. 58. Visual impression. A black eagle comes out of an egg and seizes in its beak the ring now turned to gold. Then the dreamer is on a ship, and the bird flies ahead. The eagle signifies height. Previously the stress was on depth, people descending in the water. It seizes the whole mandala, and with it control of the dreamer, who, carried along on the ship, sails after the bird. Birds are thoughts, and the flight of thought Generally, it is fantasies and intuitive ideas that are represented thus: the winged Mercurius, Morpheus, genii, angels. The ship is the vehicle that bears the dreamer over the sea and depths of the unconscious. As a man-made thing, it has the significance of a symbol or method, or of a way. Hinayana and Mahayana equals the lesser and greater vehicle, the two schools of Buddhism. The flight of thought goes ahead, and methodical elaboration follows after that. Man cannot walk over the rainbow bridge like a god, but must go underneath with whatever reflective afterthoughts he may have. The eagle, synonymous with phoenix, vulture, raven, is a well-known alchemical symbol. Even the lapis, the rebis, compounded of two parts and therefore frequently hermaphroditic in an amalgam of Sol and Luna, is often represented with wings, denoting intuition or spiritual winged potential. In the last resort, all these symbols depict a consciousness transcending fact we call the self. This visual impression is rather like a snapshot of an evolving process as it leads on to the next stage. In alchemy, the egg stands for the chaos apprehended by the artifex, the prima materia, containing the captive world soul. Out of the egg, symbolized by the round, crooked vessel, will rise the eagle or phoenix, the liberated soul, which is ultimately identical with the anthropos, who is imprisoned and in the embrace of the physis. 3. The vision of the world clock. 59. The Great Vision. There is a vertical and horizontal circle, having a common center. This is the world clock. It is supported by the black bird. The vertical circle is a blue disk with a white border divided into 4 times 8 equals 32 partitions. A pointer rotates upon it. The horizontal circle consists of 4 colors. On it stands 4 little men with pendulums, and round about it is laid the ring that was once dark and is now golden, formerly carried by the children. The clock has 3 rhythms or pulses. 1, the small pulse. The pointer on the blue vertical disc advances by 1 32nd. 2, the middle pulse. 1 complete revolution of the pointer. At the same time, the horizontal circle advances 1 32nd. The great pulse. 32 middle pulses are equal to 1 revolution of the golden ring. This remarkable vision made a deep and lasting impression on the dreamer, an impression of the most sublime harmony, as he himself puts it. The world clock may well be the severe image, which is identical with the kabiri, i.e., the 4 children or the 4 little men with the pendulums. It is a 3-dimensional mandala, a mandala in bodily form signifying realization. Unfortunately, medical discretion prevents my giving the biographical details. It must suffice to say that this realization did actually take place. Whenever a man does in reality, he himself becomes. Just why the vision of this curious figure should produce an impression of the most sublime harmony is, in one sense, very difficult to understand, but it becomes comprehensible enough as soon as we consider the comparative historical material. It is difficult to feel our way into the matter because the meaning of the image is exceedingly obscure. If the meaning is impenetrable, and the form of color takes no account of the aesthetic requirements, then neither our understanding nor our sense of beauty is satisfied, and we are at a loss to see why it should give rise to the impression of the most subtle harmony. We can only venture the hypothesis that disparate and incongruous elements have combined here in the most fortunate way, simultaneously producing an image which realizes the intentions of the unconscious in the highest degree. We must therefore assume that the image is a singularly happy expression for an otherwise unknown psychic fact which has so far only been able to manifest apparently disconnected aspects of itself. The impression is indeed extremely abstract. One of the underlying ideas seems to be the intersection of 2 heterogeneous systems by sharing of a common center. Hence, if we start as from before, from the assumption that the center and its periphery represent the totality of the psyche and consequently the self, then the figure tells us the 2 heterogeneous systems intersect in themselves, standing to one another in a functional relationship that is governed by law and regulated by 3 rhythms. The self is defined at the center and the circumference of the conscious and unconscious system, but the regulation of their function by 3 rhythms is something I cannot substantiate. I do not know what the three rhythms allude to, but I do not doubt for a moment that the allusion is amply justified. The only analogy I could adduce would be the three regimina mentioned in the introduction, by which the four elements are converted into one another or synthesized in the quintessence. First regime, earth to water. Second regime, water to air. Third regime, air to fire. We shall hardly be mistaken if we assume that our mandala aspires to the most complete union of opposites that is possible, including that of the masculine trinity and the feminine quaternity, on the analogy of the alchemical hermaphrodite. Since the figure has a cosmic aspect, world clock, we must suppose it to be the small-scale model, or perhaps even the source of space-time, or at any rate an embodiment of it, and therefore, mathematically speaking, four-dimensional in nature, although only visible in three-dimensional projection. I do not wish to labor this argument, for such an interpretation lies beyond my powers of proof. The 32 pulses may conceivably derive from the multiplication of 4 times 8, as we know from experience that the quaternity found at the center of a mandala often becomes 8, 16, 32, or more when extended to the periphery. The number 32 plays an important role in the Kabbalah. Thus we read the Sefer Yetzirah, Jehovah, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God and King of the world, has given his name in 32 mysterious paths of wisdom. These consist of 10 self-contained numbers, Sephiroth, and 22 basic lessons, 1 to 2. The meaning of the 10 numbers is as follows. 1. The Spirit of the living God. 2. A spirit from spirit. 3. Water from spirit. 4. Fire from water. 5 through 10. Height, depth, east, west, south, north. Cornelius Agrippa mentioned that the learned Jews attribute the number 32 to wisdom, for so many were the ways of wisdom described by Abraham. Frank establishes a connection between 32 and the Kabbalistic Trinity, Kether, Binan, and Hokman. These three persons contain and unite in themselves everything that exists. They in turn are united in the white head, the ancient days, for he is everything and everything is he. Sometimes he is represented with 3 heads, which make but a single head, and sometimes he is likened to the brain, which, without impairing its unity, divides into 3 parts and spreads through the whole body by means of 32 pairs of nerves, just as God spreads through the universe among 32 miraculous paths. These 32 canales occulti are also mentioned by Cor van Rosenrath, who calls Hokmah the supreme path of all, embracing all, on the authority of Job 28:7. There is a path which no fool knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen. Aloud, in his very valuable account of number symbolism, writes, 32 is the differential which appears in the organic world, not creative generation, but rather the plane and arrangement of the various forms of created things which the Creator has modeled, as the product of 8 times 14. Whether the Kabbalistic number 32 can be equated with 32 fortune signs, Mahav Yan Java of the Buddha's child, is doubtful. As to the interpretation based on comparative historical material, we are now in a more favorable position, at least as regards the general aspects of the figure. We have at our disposal, firstly, the whole mandala symbolism of 3 continents, and secondly, the specific time symbolism of the mandala as this developed under the influence of astrology, particularly in the West. The horoscope is itself a mandala, a clock, with a dark center and a leftward circumambulantio, with houses and planetary phases. The mandalas of ecclesiastical art, particularly those on the floor before the high altar or beneath the transept, make frequent use of the zodiac beasts or the yearly seasons. A related idea is the identity of Christ with the church calendar, of which he is a fixed pole and the life. The Son of Man is an anticipation of the idea of the self. Hence the Gnostic adulteration of Christ with other synonyms for the self, along the Nassenes recorded by Hippolytus. There is also a connection with the symbolism of Horus on the one hand, Christ enthroned with the four emblems of the evangelists, 3 animals and an angel; on the other, Father Horus with his 4 sons, or Orisis with the 4 sons of Horus. Horus is also Ilios Anatolis, rising sun, and Christ was still worshipped as such by early Christians. We find a remarkable parallel in the writings of Guillaume de Galville prior to the Cistercian monastery at Challis, a Norman poet who, independent of Dante, composed 3 Pellegrinages between 1330 and 1355. Les pèlerinages de la vie humaine, de l'âme et de Jesus Christ. The last canto of the Pèlerinage de l'âme contains a vision of paradise, which consists of 7 large spheres, each containing 7 smaller spheres. All the spheres rotate, and this movement is called a sieculum. The heavenly siècles are the prototypes of the earthly centuries. The angels who guide the poet explain, when Holy Church ends her prayers in a saeculorum, forever and ever, she has in mind not earthly time but eternity. At the same time, the siècles are spherical spaces in which the blessed dwells. Siècles and cieux are identical. In the highest heaven of pure gold, the king sits on a round throne which shines more brightly than the sun. A couronne of precious stones surrounds him. Beside him, on a circular throne that is made of brown crystal, sits the queen, who intercedes for the sinners. Raising his eyes to the golden heaven, the pilgrim perceived a marvelous circle, which appeared to be 3 feet across. It came out of the golden heaven on one point and re-entered it on another, and it made the whole tour of the golden heaven. This circle is sapphire-colored. It is a small circle 3 feet in diameter, and evidently it moves over a great horizontal circle like a rolling disc. The great circle intersects the golden circle of heaven. While Guillaume is absorbed in this sight, 3 spirits suddenly appear clad in purple, with gold crowns and girdles, and enter the golden heaven. This moment, so the angel tells him, in une fête, like a church festival on earth, c'est ce que tu vois est le calendrier, qui, en faisant son tour entier, montre les journées quand elles doivent être fêtées. Chacune en pas, le cercle entoure, chacune étoile y est pour jour, chacune soleil pour l'espèce des jours trente ou zodiac. The circle is the calendar which, spinning round the course entire, shows the feast day of each saint, and when it should be celebrate. Each saint goes once round all the way, each star you see stands for a day, and every sun denotes a spell of 30 days zodiacal. The 3 figures are saints, whose feast day is even now being celebrated. The small circle then enters the golden heaven in 3 feet in width, and likewise there are 3 figures who make their sudden entry. They signify the moment of time and eternity, as does the center of the circle in the calendar. But why this should be exactly 3 feet in diameter, and why there are 3 figures, remains a mystery. We naturally think of the 3 rhythms in our vision, which are startled off by the pointer moving over the blue disk, and which enter the system just as inexplicably as the calendar circle enters the golden heaven. The guide continues to instruct Guillaume on the significance of the signs of the zodiac, with particular reference to sacred history, and ends with the remark that the feast of the 12 fishermen will be celebrated in the sign of Pisces, when the 12 will appear before the Trinity. Then it suddenly occurs to Guillaume that he has never really understood the nature of the Trinity, and he begs the angel for an explanation. The angel answers, "Now there are 3 principal colors, namely, green, red, and gold. These 3 colors are seen united in divers works of watered silk and in the feathers of many birds such as the peacock. The Almighty King, who puts 3 colors in one, cannot he also make one substance to be 3? Gold, the royal color, is attributed to God the Father, red to God the Son, because he shed his blood, and to the Holy Ghost, green, la couleur qui verdoille et qui réconforte. Thereupon the angel warns Guillaume not to ask any more questions and disappears. The poet wakes up to find himself safely in his bed, and so ends the pèlerinage de l'âme. There is, however, one thing more to be asked. 3 there are, but where is the 4th? Why is blue missing? This color was also missing in the disturbed mandala of our dreamer. Curiously enough, the calendrier, which intersects the golden circle, is blue, and so is the vertical disc and the three-dimensional mandala. We would conjecture that blue, standing for the vertical, means height and depth, the blue sky above, the blue sea below, and that any shrinkage of the vertical reduces the square to an oblong, thus producing something like an inflation of consciousness. Hence the vertical would correspond to the unconscious, but the unconscious in a man has feminine characteristics, and blue is the traditional color of the Virgin's celestial cloak. Guillaume was so absorbed in the Trinity and in the threefold aspect of the Roi that he forgot the Reine. Faust prays to her in these words, "Supreme Mistress of the world, let me behold thy secret in thy outstretched azure canopy of heaven." It was inevitable that blue should be missing for Guillaume in the tetrad of color rainbows, because of its feminine nature. But, like woman herself, the anima means the height and depth of a man. Without the blue vertical circle, the golden mandala remains bodiless and two-dimensional, a mere abstraction. It is only the intervention of time and space here and now that makes reality. Wholeness is realized for only a moment, the moment that Faust was seeking all his life. The poet in Guillaume must have had an inkling of the heretical truth that he gave the king when he gave the king a queen sitting on a throne made of earth-brown crystal. For what is heaven without Mother Earth, and how can a man reach fulfillment if the queen does not intercede for his black soul? She understands the darkness, for she has taken her throne, the earth itself, to heaven with her, if only by the subtlest of suggestions. She adds the missing blue to the gold, green, and red, and thus completes the harmonious whole. 4. The symbols of the self. The vision of the world clock is neither the last or the highest point in the development of the symbols of the objective psyche, but it brings to an end the first third of the material, consisting in all of some 400 dreams and visions. This series is noteworthy because it gives an unusually complete description of a psychic fact that I observed long before it in many individual cases. We have to thank not only the completeness of the objective material, but the care and discernment of the dreamer for having placed us in the position to follow, step by step, the synthetic work of the unconscious. The troubled course of this synthesis would doubtless have been depicted in even greater completeness had I taken account of the 340 dreams interspersed among the 59 examined here. Unfortunately, this was impossible because the dreams touch to some extent on the intimacies of personal life and must therefore remain unpublished. So I had to confine myself to the impersonal material. I hope I may have succeeded in throwing some light upon the development of the symbols and the self in overcoming, partially at least, the serious difficulties inherent in all material drawn from actual experience. At the same time, I am fully aware that the comparative material so necessary for a complete elucidation could have been greatly increased. But, so as not to burden the exposition unduly, I have exercised the greatest reserve in this respect. Consequently, there is much that is only hinted at, though this should not be taken as a sign of superficiality. I believe myself to be in a position to offer ample evidence for my views, but I do not wish to give the impression that I imagine I have said anything final on this highly complicated subject. It is true that this is not the first time I have dwelt with a series of spontaneous manifestations of the unconscious. I did so once before in my book Psychology of the Unconscious, but there it was more a problem of neurosis and puberty, whereas this is the broader problem of individuation. Moreover, there is a very considerable difference between the two personalities in question. The earlier case, which I never saw at first hand, ended in psychic catastrophe, a psychosis, but the present case shows a normal development such as I have often observed in highly intelligent persons. What is particularly noteworthy here is the consistent development of the central symbol. We can hardly escape the feeling that the unconscious process moves spiral-wise round a center, gradually getting closer, while the characteristics of the center grow and more distinct. Or perhaps we could put it in the other way round and say that the center, itself virtually unknowable, acts like a magnet on the disparate materials and processes of the unconscious and gradually captures them in a crystal lattice. For this reason, the center is, in other cases, often pictured as a spider in its web, especially when the conscious attitude is still dominated by fear of unconscious process. But if the process is allowed to take its course, as it will in our case, then the central symbol, constantly renewing itself, will steadily and consistently force its way through the apparent chaos of the personal psyche and its dramatic entanglements, just as the great Bernoulli's epitaph says of the spiral, "Eadem mutata resurgo." Accordingly, we often find spiral representations of the center, as for instance the serpent coiled around the creative point, the egg. Indeed, it seems as if all the personal entanglements and dramatic changes of fortune that make up the intensity of life were nothing but hesitations, timid shrinkings, almost like petty complications and meticulous excuses for not facing the finality of the strange and uncanny process of crystallization. Often one has the impression that the personal psyche is running round the central point like a shy animal, at once fascinated and frightened, always in flight, and yet steadily drawing nearer. I trust I give no cause for the misunderstanding that I know anything about the nature of the center, for it is simply unknowable and can only be expressed symbolically, though through its own phenomenology, as in the case incidentally with every object of experience. Among the various characteristics of the center, the one that struck me from the beginning was the phenomenon of the quaternity. That it is not simply a question of, shall we say, 4 points of the compass or something of that kind is proved by the fact that there is often a competition between 4 and 3. There is also, but more rarely, a competition between 4 and 5, though 5-rayed mandalas must be characterized as abnormal on account of their lack of symmetry. It would seem, therefore, that there is normally a clear insistence on 4, or as if there were a greater statistical probability of 4. Now it is, as I can hardly refrain from remarking, a curious sport of nature that the chief chemical constituent of the physical organism is carbon, which is characterized by 4 valences. Also, it is well known that the diamond is a carbon crystal. Carbon is black, coal, graphite, but the diamond is purest water. To draw such an analogy would be a lamentable piece of intellectual bad taste, were the phenomenon of merely a poetic conceit on the part of the conscious mind, and not a spontaneous product of the objective psyche. Even if we suppose that dreams could be influenced to any appreciable extent by autosuggestion, in which case it would naturally be more a matter of their meaning than of their form, it would still have to be proved that the conscious mind of the dreamer had made a serious effort to impress the idea of the quaternity on the unconscious. But in this case, as in many other cases I have observed, such a possibility is absolutely out of the question, quite apart from the numerous historical and ethnological parallels. Surveying these facts as a whole, we come at last, in my opinion, to the inescapable conclusion that there is some psychic element present which expresses itself through the quaternity. No daring speculation or extravagant fancy is needed for this. If I have called the center the self, I did so after mature consideration and a careful appraisal of the empirical and historical data. A materialistic interpretation could easily maintain that the center is nothing but the point at which the psyche ceases to be knowable because it there coalesces with the body. As a spiritualistic interpretation might retort that this self is nothing but spirit, which animates both body and soul and erupts into time and space at that creative point. I purposely refrain from all such physical and metaphysical speculations and content myself with establishing the empirical facts, and this seems to me infinitely more important for the advance of human knowledge than running after fashionable intellectual crazes or jumped-up religious creeds. To the best of my experience, we are dealing here with very important nuclear processes in the objective psyche, images of the goal, as it were, which the psychic process, being goal-directed, apparently sets up of its own accord without any external stimulus. Externally, of course, there is always a certain condition of psychic needed, a sort of hunger, but seeks for familiar and favorite dishes and never imagines as its goal some outlandish food unknown to consciousness. The goal which beckons to the psychic need, the image which promises to heal, to make whole, is at first strange beyond measure to the conscious mind, so that it can find entry only with very greatest difficulty. Of course, it is quite difficult for people who live in a time and environment when such things of the goal have dogmatic validity. These images are then eo ipso held up to consciousness, and the unconscious is thus shown its own secret reflection, in which it recognizes itself and so joins forces with the conscious mind. As to the question of the origin of the mandala motif, from a superficial point of view it looks as if it had gradually come into being in the course of the Dream series. The fact is, however, that it only appeared more and more distinctly and in increasingly differentiated form. In reality, it was always present and even occurred in the first dream, as the nymphs say later. We were always there, only you did not notice us. It is therefore more probable that we are dealing with a priori type, an archetype which is inherent in the collective unconscious, and thus beyond individual birth and death. The archetype is, so to speak, an eternal presence. The only question is whether it is perceived by the conscious mind or not. I think we are forming a more probable hypothesis, and one that better explains the observed facts. If we assume that the increase in clarity and frequency of the mandala motif is due to a more accurate perception of an already existing type, rather than it is generated in the course of the dream series, the latter assumption is contradicted by the fact, for instance, that such fundamental ideas as the hat, which epitomizes the personality, the encircling servant, and the perpetuum mobile, appear right at the beginning. Dream 1 in the first series, Vision 5 in the first series, Dream 9 in the second series. If the motif of the mandala is an archetype, it ought to be a collective phenomenon. Theoretically, it should appear in everyone. In practice, however, it is to be met within distinct form in relatively few cases, though this does not prevent it from functioning as a concealed pole around which everything ultimately revolves. In the last analysis, every life is a revelation of a whole, that is, of the self, for which reason this realization can be called individuation. All life is bound to individual carriers who realize it, and it is simply inconceivable without them. But every carrier is charged with an individual destiny and destination, and realization of these alone makes sense of life. True, the sense is often something that could just as well be called nonsense, but there is a certain incommensurability between the mystery of existence and human understanding. Sense and nonsense are merely man-made labels which serve to give us reasonably valid sense of direction. As the historical parallels show, the symbolism of the mandala is not just a unique curiosity. We can well say that it is a regular occurrence. Were it not so, there would be no comparative material, and it is precisely the possibility of comparing the mental products of all time from every quarter of the globe that shows us most clearly what immense importance the consensus gentium has always attached to the process of the objective psyche. This is reason enough not to make light of them, and my medical experience has not only confirmed this estimate, my medical experience has only confirmed this estimate. There are people, of course, who think it unscientific to take anything seriously. They do not want their intellectual playground disturbed by graver considerations. But the doctor who fails to take account of man's feelings for values commits serious blunder. If he tries to correct the mysterious and well-nigh inscrutable workings of nature with his so-called scientific attitude, he is merely putting his shallow sophistry in place of nature's healing process. Let us take the wisdom of the old alchemist to heart. Naturalissimum et perfectissimum opus est, generare tale qual ipsum est, or the most natural and perfect work is to generate its like. And the book ends with this image, the caula pavonis, combination of all colors, symbols, and wholeness.